Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Hey, this is another reason why we need to have the permanent cameras.
That way nobody can mess with them, and
so
you had to sit
so
in
that
a
we're not
specific
constantly
spot.
doing this thing.
Great
and we're
take.
messing with this, and then the lights doing this.
Another great take by my
just a
good friend John Bishop.
I was in a meeting today with somebody, and they said that they know people who have a radio show in Chicago who have cameras that just kind of automatically follow the people around. You don't
Amazing.
Oh, I don't know if I want
It's
that.
a great. No, I want that. That sounds awesome.
I don't want that. What if I start pacing?
Why don't you want that, John?
What if I start pacing during
While
the
you're
show?
on the air?
It'll follow you.
I don't want it to follow me.
No, I think that's
I
a
feel
good
like
idea.
I'm being watched.
It'd be really funny. If
John, I don't know how to tell you this, but there's many fine folks of the program watching you right now. You're being watched by all these
yes,
grump
and
perverts.
I understand that. But when I'm moving around, sometimes I don't want to be watched.
He doesn't want to be on the camera when he's not on the camera.
Yeah.
No, and you won't be. They'll follow you around, but you won't be on the camera because we'll still have the things on that we do during the commercial. It'll just follow you while you're on the air.
I don't want that because I don't.
He
know,
doesn't want that.
I
Nick.
don't know if the Chinese government is tapping in and watching my movements, or maybe it's the IRS.
John,
maybe it's Hunter Biden, the
What-
newly pardoned Hunter
That's
Biden.
right.
Now he's
All is
free to commit
forgiven.
more crimes.
What are the Chinese government, Hunter Biden, or the IRS possibly going to do with the information they get from you moving?
You never know.
You don't know.
You never know.
You never know.
Hi, Josh.
Hey, for the record, I'm with John on this one. I don't want the cameras to follow us. Remember, Nick, when I was on the road in Minneapolis in September, in the good old days, and I had the camera that was following me? It looked stupid.
It did.
No.
It was weird. It was very
Stibbs, we have
distracting.
owl cameras at work. They're sick. Hell
Here.
yeah, Stibbs.
Here we go. I'll do it. Okay, you ready?
Okay, first of
I
all,
like that.
First
It's
of all,
lively.
Stibbs, people that are dead shouldn't be using words like sick unless they're actually talking about actual sickness.
Oh,
I
come
like
on.
that.
You don't like to say sick? That should be
Only
your...
when it's used in the context of, hey, Josh's wife unfortunately has been sick this week. That's why
Nice.
Josh is broadcasting
If
from home.
somebody does like a cool pass that leads to a bucket tonight, John has to say, "What a sick pass!"
Word of the game.
Word of the game.
Word of the
Phrase
game. The word
You
sick.
know what? Okay, no.
I
no,
like
no.
it.
If
That's a
you're
great
gonna
idea,
make
though.
If you're going to make me use that word in that context, it has to be in a win.
Well, how are you going to know? How you...
Because I
That
won't
was a
use
sick
it
win?
until after the
Jays
game.
pulled off a sick
Wait,
win against
real
the
quick, John. I want to unpack this. So you would rather say in your game-winning call that was a sick win versus just working it in the second half?
No. I will use it in somewhere in the post-game show.
Charles, that offensive set was mid.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
John, go full zoomer for tonight. No cap, for real.
What do
for
they
real.
call stuff? Sigma or skibbity toilet? You should do one of those. That'd be good.
I like this from
Real
Odson.
question, should John do a skibbity toilet tonight?
Final score tonight from CHI: Kansas 90, Creighton 82. I am sick. That's pretty good.
No, that would have,
using
that
the
might
wrong
be accurate.
context.
That would that's the proper context,
No,
but
it's
it's the
John's
wrong
context.
context for what you guys want.
That's right.
I will vow to use it in the post game. You know what? I'll even go a step further. I will open myself up to be further criticized if Creighton wins tonight.
Yeah.
I will use the word sick in the context you all want me to use the word sick in somewhere in the Greg McDermott post-game interview.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll take the
Just
joke.
to see
That's
what
good.
his reaction
He will
would
make
be.
fun of you. So
John,
this will
I
be
think
good.
that you now have many Nebraska fans, which should be rooting for Creighton anyway to help their net ranking. But now I think a lot of Husker fans are going to
they're never
they're going to want Creighton to win, so you can say
They're
sick
never
in
going to
your
root for
post game
First of all, they're not
coaches.
watching this game tonight because they only watch basketball when their team's playing.
Sick win tonight, coach.
That'd be great.
That's
Sick win, bruh.
I
Sick
might,
win, bro.
maybe.
No cap.
I'll try to use it in the most in the peak like that.
Yeah.
That would be the peak dumb way.
You got to
to
be
use the
cool
word
though.
sick.
You know, you got to
Yeah.
you got to be really cool.
By the way, Happer, last night we were DMing with each other, John, Nick, and I, to book your friend and ours, Matt DeMarinis. He's going to join us in the 5 o'clock hour on the show today. And we were talking about what time, and Nick said, sick, need me to reach out to Matt. That was his response to getting Matt DeMarinis on the show. Sick.
The sick was
So
to the game
wrong.
plan, not necessarily the person. I like Matt a lot, but I was
Okay.
saying
wow,
sick
tough
was
look.
having a plan.
You're
I like having
typing
plans.
So that is the standard of sick? That is a low bar.
I mean, I use it interchangeably.
Hi, Nick. We plan to have a guest on the show tomorrow. Sick.
It wasn't just the guest; it was the order of operations for everything. Just
he likes it being 5:15. Nick loves 5:15 guests.
Here's a plan. Sick. That's your response.
I use sick interchangeably with cool instead of cool.
What about dope?
I don't say dope that much anymore. I said dope a lot a couple years ago. That was my big dope phase.
Big dope phase.
Big dope phase.
Yeah.
That'll be legal soon in this state if you have a medical marijuana permit.
That's right.
Of course, Nick will already have one because
I'm the most anxious person you know.
I got a rash here where my watch is on my wrist. I need medical marijuana.
Every single one of us knows that I don't need to make up a reason to get medical marijuana if it were to happen.
John doesn't think that this is a real. What John is saying, Nick, is he doesn't believe that your reasoning that mental health is important enough to warrant.
John,
what does warrant medical marijuana, John?
I got shingles.
Chill out, Nick.
I got shingles when I was 24, John. That's not.
So did
normal.
I. So I think I was a little bit older,
Shingles
but I was in my
boys.
20s.
Yeah, but see, Nick got it because he's anxious. John, you got it because you were old at 25.
No, I was not. I don't know why I got it. That was
John,
really
what do you
weird.
think warrants a prescription of medical marijuana? Like, what are you if somebody has
If
it?
somebody
You're like,
got shot in the arm.
is it? Yeah, is it for
If
that?
they got shot in the arm?
I don't think that would do anything.
I'm just thinking of things John might say.
Maybe chronic headaches.
Yeah,
You know?
I mean, I've heard the athletes who have the chronic pain and because
Friend of the Grum,
the
Jake Plummer. He was
those
smoking
types
weed.
of things.
There you go.
Uh-huh.
Obviously there's those folks with the chronic pain, physical pain. I don't have a problem with it.
Nick just has to take a deep breath.
Exactly.
You're right. I should just calm down.
I'm just looking. I wish I could work in the office. I assume there's an office or someplace where they have to approve all of these things.
Yeah.
The transfer portal.
I would love to be there for a day just to read all of these things. Oh, I've got a hangnail approved.
Yep.
Oh,
Take your weed.
I got a cramp in my third finger because I was overusing my computer mouse approved.
Yep.
The silly things.
Everybody's approved.
Are you going to apply, Happer? Are you going to apply for one of these licenses?
Happer apparently doesn't need it. He's just good. He can just chill out. He has that option.
It's amazing.
It must be nice.
It is.
Actually,
to have a normal functioning brain.
Yeah. In fact, I don't understand how it doesn't work like that for everybody, but maybe that's a me problem.
Yeah.
You know?
No, I
just a
I
chill
voted,
guy. I like
I
that
voted
meme.
for it. I
Just a
voted
chill
for it.
guy.
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. I'm just going to enjoy making fun of people who are going to make up.
Yeah, I don't
reasons
need
why
to be
they
taking up
use
the weed for the people who actually need
it.
the weed.
I am not against it. Recreational, legalized recreational.
Really?
No,
Wow.
John
I have
Bishop,
never-
legalize it.
Since we started
John.
doing this show, I've not been against it.
Wow.
Wow.
I never knew that.
Post-mo beer and joint John from Jordan.
I didn't say I would use it or want to use it, but
What's your favorite lawn mowing joint? What's your
Nice.
lawn strain?
No, you cannot be high. Mowing grass and smelling the fresh cut lawn is a natural
Mowing
high.
grass and smoking grass.
You
Great
cannot
take.
replicate the natural high of
Mowing grass
Plus-
and smoking grass.
That's my grass.
Plus that, it gets very dry around here, and you might accidentally, light off the spark and burn your lawn, and then you're in a whole mess.
Strigori
If only
says
there
a
was
fully baked Grum episode would be great. One joint Friday. The people have been asking for it for many, many years.
Oh, if to answer your thing about if a spark burns down your lawn, if only there was some kind of tray that people could put their ashes and stuff in.
Okay, but when you're mowing the lawn, there's no tray.
He was saying after, John. I thought it
It's
was you
after.
smoke it
Listen,
after, like
You're not
beer.
drinking your beer while you're mowing, John, because
How
that
do
would
you
be
know?
illegal.
How do you know?
Yeah, all
It
over
would
the
shake
place.
it up quite a bit.
No. It's not. There's no way that anything marijuana based can be as refreshing as an ice cold beer after a great post lawn mow.
Mm.
It does feel great.
It's the coolness, it's the coldness, it's the refreshment, it's the beer. Again, enjoy your joints wherever you enjoy them.
Take your joints.
But I will continue to celebrate a fresh cut lawn with an ice cold Budweiser
Agreed.
or whatever.
Well, yeah,
beer's in the
probably not
refrigerator.
not Budweiser.
Budweiser's a bit heavy for a lawn mowing beer for me.
little
It's
diesel.
really not.
I need a light beer. I need a light beer for the post lawn.
The last time I had a
Give me a Coors
Budweiser,
Light.
which wasn't
When
that
I-
long ago, it did not feel heavy at all.
When I was at the Players Era Festival, I decided that I was going to get a beer, purchase a beer.
It was
And I
this
did.
You
big,
got one of
John.
the $17 beers?
$17.50.
Should have gone to the ABC.
Yes,
A
it was right down the
gigantic
street.
Michelob Ultra. It was big. It was a tall boy. It was like
No, it was not a tall boy. That was a taller
it was
boy.
like it was a thick and tall boy.
It was a
It
thick
was.
boy.
Yeah, it
You
was
have to go to the big and tall section at the store to find a beer that big.
It was a girthy ass boy.
$17.50.
Unreal. Unreal.
And then so it was one of those stands where you grab it and you put it underneath the thing, and then it tells you how much you have to pay without even scanning anything. It just
it just knows.
it just knows what it is.
AI.
So I went to the thing, and it said that in this pile there was pretzels, and I was like, great. And it was inside of a foil wrapper, so I couldn't see it. So I picked it up, and then I put it underneath the thing, and it told me that I was eating a hot dog, and I was like, what are you talking about? It said pretzels. And then I opened up the packaging, and it was a hot dog.
What?
So I thought I was buying a pretzel, but it was a hot dog. So I got a hot dog and a $17.50 beer from the Players Era Festival.
I think I'm less mad about the beer being $17 if it's that big and thick.
It was a massive bit.
It's a big, thick boy.
Yeah, but man, I'm telling you, those beers at the ABC store, 2 for $5.
You love the
I mean, you
ABC
can't
beer.
get those. You can't get those at our convenience store.
You should have got a twee.
You should have got a twee, John.
A what?
Got
A twee.
A what?
You probably didn't hear about Nick and his twees.
I
have no
love
idea
my
what you're
twees.
talking about.
Twisted tea. You got to get a twee.
I don't think I've ever had one of those.
Same.
Are they?
I haven't had them.
I don't like tea.
Peak summer drink.
Are they supposed to be like Long Island iced teas?
No idea.
I've never had a Long Island iced
I
tea,
have,
so
and
I'm
I
not
can't
sure.
stand
All
it.
I know is
I
that
love Long Islands. I haven't had
They're
one in years,
terrible.
though.
The one I had was terrible.
Nick, that's wild that you've never had a Long Island, man. Those things are so trashy and good.
I've always been told if you go to a bar and you order a Long Island, the
Yes.
bartender knows that you've never drank before. And I never wanted to be that guy. So the first time I went to a bar, I just get a beer or I had a
Long Island iced tea, John, are for
Irish
children.
Harbaugh.
They're
Yeah,
very.
they're
I love them though, but they're for early
They're
drinkers.
for children, and children have really weird taste buds because the one I had was like, oh, this is hideous.
Mostly they're incredibly alcoholic.
And sugary.
And very sugary.
I don't like
Yeah,
sugar
I don't
that
need
much
that
either
much.
when I drink.
I don't need that
Except
much.
a twee. The twee is always the exception. I love twee.
So, Nick, does it taste like a tea? Does it taste like iced tea?
Yeah, what does it taste like?
It tastes vaguely like tea.
Yeah, because Long
Got
Island
the
iced teas do
tea.
not taste anything like tea.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, it's got the vibe of tea.
Nick, do you be drinking tea? You be drinking tea?
Oh, I love tea. I'm a huge tea boy.
Tea boy.
I drink tea instead of coffee because coffee makes me feel like my heart's going to explode
See,
because of anxiety.
tea is what I drink during the lawn mow.
What?
Oh, really?
I brew up.
How do you hold your tea?
A nice peach
Well, no.
tea.
It's when I
You
say
wear
I
like
make
one of those
some
backpacks that
stuff,
runners
either
wear,
Paggy
John, with the
Broke,
straw?
Paggy, lawn or something.
You have a baby Bjorn for your tea? You
Yeah,
just
just
strap
hold-
it to yourself?
I should.
Mhm.
Or what do they call those? The mountaineer, where they put the water, the camelbacks.
The camelbacks.
Camelback.
Camelback
Oh,
tea.
those.
A camelback of twee. That
Oh
would
my
be
God.
dangerous.
I would have done that probably at age 21, exactly.
like a
and no
21-year-old
underage.
activity.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of.
I haven't been to Long Island in a very long time.
Yeah, I only had the
been
one, and I don't even
years.
remember. I don't even think I ordered it. I think it was at one of those deals where they just have random drinks sitting out, and you just grab one. And
Mm-hmm.
I've never tried one of these. Tried it, and it was like, give me a beer.
Oh, Chris brings up what I remember. Those $2 Long Islands at Main Street in Lincoln
Oh my
were definitely
God.
worth it in college.
And the cups were this big. Yes.
Dude, those were great. On those, that was Thirsty Thursday, right, Happer? When it was super
Yeah.
cheap. Oh my god,
That place is a disaster.
Yeah. Oh no, disaster.
Oh no, disaster. Everything cost a cent and everything was gigantic.
Yeah.
And it was there was no like if you got a mixed drink, it was like, yeah, but a whiskey Coke, and it was like whiskey and then like the tiniest bit of Coke.
Did they put a
Great
whole
times.
orange in there too?
Oh.
Yeah,
Wow.
they would have done anything. I don't know how.
And then they had
There's
the
no way
upstairs
the place
dance
gets
floor
nothing.
area.
There's no way the place was gaining money during this period of
Is Main
time.
Street still alive? Is that place still open?
I think so.
Where was it located?
It's
I
on
don't
O
even
Street.
remember.
It's on O Street.
God,
So
I don't even remember.
it's right next to like Brothers, where
Oh yeah.
like I guess maybe 2 doors down or something like that.
All of those kind of trashy bars were in that same general location.
Oh, yeah.
Incredibly.
All within like 2 blocks of each other.
I wonder what it looks like now. What's going on O Street right now?
Nick,
I
this would
miss
be a
my
great
trash
vlog. You go to college
I
bars and you
would,
tell
yeah.
us
I
how
don't
they
think I can do-
changed.
I live in that town and I never drive on O Street.
the one bar that I would go to, because I've never really been much of a bar guy, except for Lookout. Lookout was my bar, but then it shut down during COVID. So I've never
Lookout?
It used to be this really grungy, dirty dive bar that would have music basically every night.
This is in Omaha?
It was.
Okay.
It was off of 72nd, where like that mattress firm and that hookah bar are. Across from the Rocket Car Wash that's coming soon. That's been coming soon for the last 7 years.
72nd
I'm not
72nd and what?
Like Jimmy John's. It's like a Jimmy John's Red Lobster.
A little south of Dodge?
Jimmy John's. This sounds like a top-rate neighborhood.
Jimmy John's, Red Lobster, maybe Rocket Car Wash. What were the other 6 things?
You know,
it's
on that
just south of Dodge. It's just south of the hookah bar was right next to Lookout. It was awesome.
John, that hookah bar.
Yeah, the hookah bar. Sure, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Back in my neighborhood, we just called them hooahs.
They used to have they right there. They used that's where gamers used to be.
Yes.
My Miss Gamers used to go there.
Odson, how about a cross street, you monster? Yeah, I was waiting for the cross street too, Nick. You just started naming a bunch
you started
of different
naming
places.
things.
There isn't a cross. It's just south of 72nd and Dodge. That's the nearest cross street.
You just didn't say Dodge though.
That helps.
Yeah.
I said it was south of Dodge.
You got Farnham right there.
I guess Farnham is there.
Farnham tees right into 72nd.
Farnham. Is Farnham over on 72nd Street?
Farnham doesn't get to 72nd.
It's like this weird.
Doesn't it T? Isn't that a T? It's a T intersection. It's not a through street. It's a T intersection.
No, I don't think that's.
Isn't it?
I don't know if that's Farnham because it kind of goes up into. That's how you get into the Chipotle and the Noodles and Company and GameStop.
Yeah, there's like a neighborhood back there.
But if you go straight, it's
Farnham.
Farnham T. It's right there. 72nd and Farnham.
Yep, that's the one. It's Farnham.
Oh wow!
Because there's like a light
Farnham
there.
Street.
There's a light there.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Over by
that's how you
Jimmy's.
get out of the Gamers parking lot.
And actually, it does go through.
Oh, wow.
Farnham does go through for a couple more
over
blocks.
by the bank and the Jimmy John's and the new library
and the hookah bar.
Oh yes,
the Red Lobster.
And the hookah bar, and the Red
course.
Lobster, and the Freddy's.
Dude, that library is coming along way faster than I
I
expected.
like the look of that library. I like the design.
It is. Wait, John, why are you shaking your head?
Because it's the dumbest place on earth to put a library.
John is one of the protesters out in front of the library. We hate books. We hate books.
I love
You
books.
should burn them.
John, it's like one of the
Books.
busiest
Libraries do
intersections
not
in.
belong at the busiest intersection in town.
Why not?
It used
Because
to be a
they
do
don't.
space. Now I can't do. I have to go to the library.
The do space is going to be in the library. It's just going to be.
So I have to do in a library?
Yeah.
Jimmy is on your side. Bad take Jimmy John is on your side, though. He has been funnier lately. Actually agree with John here. John, explain this. Why is that a bad idea?
It's a dumb location because it's not that's a commercial intersection. Okay. Libraries, even though yes, people use them, it's just not a good. They should be more in, tucked away in neighborhoods where there's more space. There's places to sit outside, maybe.
So you're saying like easier accessible from a walking perspective?
Okay. Yeah.
I could see
Parking perspective.
I can see
It's just a very busy intersection. It just doesn't make sense to me.
I would imagine
imagine how much that property is worth to a private developer. Now you've got the city, basically using that lot.
Big
John's
business.
worried about the private developers.
No, I'm not worried about it. I'm saying you can make more money off of them.
Shane writes, John is the fireman in Fahrenheit 451. John, is this true? Are you wanting to burn books? You know who else wanted to burn books?
No, I love books. My mother was a librarian. I think it's just a dumb place to put a library.
Back in my day, it used to be a Borders. So it's always had something to do with books and books related. Wasn't it Borders or was it Barnes and Noble?
Yeah, I think it was Borders.
Oh, Barnes and Noble.
Barnes one of those two.
Barnes and Noble is at the mall, right? Yeah. So it was Borders.
Borders.
Mm-hmm.
Borders. It was Borders. And then it was a do space, and now it's a
what is do space?
It's where you do.
It's a collaborative space. I think they teach classes there. I think you could do like 3D printing, stuff like that. It's just a place to do things.
Oh, learn something new every day.
Place to
I think
it's a community event.
I think Tepper's wife used to work there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Joshua says it's a computer lab.
It sounds like it. It's an adult computer lab.
More or less, yes.
Yeah.
They also teach classes. You can learn technology. John, maybe they have a Canva class.
Which you could do at the library.
I don't need a Canva class. I already have the superior PowerPoint, which by the way did not have to update today.
You know who else thought old things were superior, John?
Oh no.
No, Nick, let us know. Who?
Hitler. It was Hitler.
Was it?
The under twice in one show.
Designated Hitler.
Did we hit one already today?
Did we?
No,
The burn
no,
books
no.
thing.
Yes, I just made the joke myself, Happer, 2 minutes ago.
Sorry.
It's all good.
I can barely hear you. You're in a different place. Josh, when are you coming back to work?
Tomorrow is, if I test negative for
Are you
COVID
telling me to get
tomorrow.
rid of his wife?
No, just get rid of your COVID.
Oh,
I don't have COVID. I'm fine, but our boss has said that I have to stay at home until Thursday.
That's
So
ridiculous.
Was it Happer? Was that you that had the take where it's like, just tell yourself you're not sick and then you're not sick?
I
Hey,
believe in that to a
Nick,
certain extent.
I
yes.
do too, and I feel wonderful. I feel totally good right now. I feel awesome. So I'll be back tomorrow. Plus, Happer, I got apparently I have things on my desk that I need to take home and try. Are those over on my desk?
There's a bag of something on there. I brought your coffee cup back from my car, which was at the airport. Which,
Nice.
by the way, Josh, I didn't tell anybody.
Oh,
this.
I owe you money, by the way, for that.
That's okay. Well,
Okay.
yes, please, but good. So get back
Wow, it
from.
must have been an expensive cup of coffee.
I get
No,
off
it
the
was
plane.
it's the
It was
parking.
parking. Yeah, I get the plane on Thursday, and I get back into my car, and I get back into the airport, and I'm getting my bags, and I want to start my car
Yeah.
from my phone.
Yeah.
New cool phone
Yeah,
starter.
Yeah.
It's great, and it says,
Hello, Connor.
"I can't start your car right now. I'm so sorry."
start.
And I
You
go,
have
"Why?"
neglected
Was
me
it-
for the
was it
last 4
protesting?
days, Connor.
Was
It was-
Reagan car on strike?
It was unlocked for the entire week.
Ah.
I didn't lock it. So,
Yes.
so you're lucky your coffee cup didn't
Guess
get
what,
stolen.
Connor? I decided
Yes,
to
that's what I would have
follow-
worried about.
I decided to go out with other drivers while you were leaving me behind.
Yeah, I usually lock my car pretty religiously, but I guess would I leave it at an airport for a week? I don't.
Would you
It
like
was
to,
5 a.m, Happer, to be fair to us.
would you like me to tell you what that sweaty guy from Sioux Falls did on my seats?
Oh my gosh.
Would you be able to lock your car? Can you lock your car from your
Yeah,
phone?
so I just locked it on my phone,
And
but I
then you
didn't know it was
started it.
unlocked. Yeah. I could have unlocked it from Vegas if I wanted
Wow.
to. Locked it from Vegas.
You should have locked it from Vegas.
Yeah, it would have been cool. Just imagine a car locking. in a
Hey, what do you
parking
guys
garage.
think of this take from Nate Klaus, friend of the Grum?
Hey, Nate.
No joke, if I'm Heinrich Harberg, I'm learning to long snap this offseason.
Whoa.
With the 105 roster limit, he could play several positions on offense and long snap on special teams. He'd be extremely valuable for the Huskers and also help his chances at the next level.
Let's do it. Sign him up.
Long
our new
snapper
campaign?
Heine.
I agree. I sign off on that.
The long Heine.
Wow, interesting.
The long and winding Heidi. Finally, he gets some consistent playing time.
That's true.
Long snapper.
He would. Plus, it'd make the fake punts great. And or field
Whoa.
goals.
No, it wouldn't.
I guess
The
he's
snappers
only-
aren't usually
the snapper
involved.
can't really do anything.
Can he
other than
declare
snap
himself
the ball.
eligible?
I don't
No.
think so.
No, he is.
That's
He
a
is the
bummer.
snapper. You cannot be eligible.
Sad. Yeah, they're not
It
allowed
is.
to touch the snapper.
I mean, that's.
I'm in. I love it. Great idea. Great idea.
I guess it depends on what he wants to do with his athleticism.
There was a former Husker relatively recently who had a successful career at Nebraska and then tried to teach himself to long snap to like for longevity. Was it JoJo Doman?
Yeah, who was that? I remember that story too.
Man, I can't remember.
They were like trying to stick around in the NFL. I was like, I'm going to start long snapping and see what happens. And I don't think it worked, but good idea.
It wasn't Janovich, right?
Now, Jano, I mean, he was in
He
the
played
NFL.
in the NFL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was JoJo Doman. That's my official guess.
Mm.
But I don't think it's a bad idea.
Yeah,
hate
I
it.
don't know. I mean, if it keeps him around.
I mean, you could do long snapping and other things.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you don't have to just long snap.
You could also short snap and
Short
mid
snap.
snap.
Yeah. They wouldn't want to put him at short snap though. That wouldn't want to have a 180-pound center.
Why not? Have they done it? Do it.
It feels
He's also too tall to be a center.
yeah.
He is very tall.
Yeah,
So,
you don't
yeah,
wanna-
that could be a disadvantage to the whole long snapping thing.
Center's
couldn't
got to be tiny,
it? Not tiny, just kind of squatty.
squatty, like a potty, like a
Yeah, because
squatty potty.
theoretically it would the longer you are, it would take longer for you to snap the ball out of
Oh,
your
interesting.
long arms.
Hmm.
Your dangly arms.
We need more analysis of this.
Yep. We got to talk to.
We got to figure out where
Do we
we're
have a
going.
resident long snapper? Do we have somebody in the contacts who we could call who's long snapped professionally?
Oh, good question.
We'll find out. Maybe someone will give us a jingle or send
Maybe.
us an email.
I know a guy.
We can check all this out.
Andrew says Jake Peets was a long snapper in Nebraska. Remember, he was also going to be the offensive coordinator once.
Yes, he was.
That's right. He was.
And then they ended up with Sadie. Who's now the tight ends coach.
Yeah. $1.4 million. God.
I did not get a chance to listen to the whole press conference. Didn't anyone ask? Hey, is he still going to make the same salary?
No, nobody did.
The whole thing either.
Well, you know that Bruce and Broken Bow is wanting to know.
Oh yeah, they're gonna
pay him $1.4 million just to coach tight ends,
and they're not gonna call Matt Rhule. They're gonna call us.
Them tight ends better be as good as Junior Miller and Kellen Winslow, or I'm gonna be mad.
People love talking about people's salaries.
Yeah, we do. It's very useful. It's good.
It is. It's good.
But
at least we get to make all the jokes now. The next time, Fedoni drops a pass or Carter Nelson doesn't develop the way he should, we can use the hashtag $1.4 million.
It's like Bruce Reed, except for way more.
Yep, way more. Way more.
Ed Foley already makes more than Bruce Reed.
Like 4 times more.
Yeah. Yikes.
Zach points out that Harberg could run a pretty dangerous fumble rooski, which is also a canceled play.
Yeah.
Not allowed to run that anymore.
Illegal.
Yeah, they canceled that.
Illegal.
Sadly.
Sad.
But unfortunately, now we're miseducating a bunch of people, because now you got that commercial that runs every break on NFL where, Andy Reid's going, Bundle-a-rooski.
Oh, yeah. The commercials.
I'm just going to say right now, it had a good premise. It started out well. The commercials now with the State Farm commercials with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes have jumped the shark.
Have they?
Yep.
He's just in so many of them.
They are, but I mean, they were decent for a while, but they have now jumped the shark. They need to find new people.
Are you over Jake from State Farm?
Yes.
You mean fake Jake from State Farm?
He can go away.
Not the guy who does Kiekis. His new, better looking friend.
I don't like Jake from State Farm. He's annoying.
My least favorite thing about Jake from State Farm is they put him in one of the NBA 2K games, and he was just there. You could just go talk to Jake from State Farm in the video game.
About what?
I don't know. Insurance?
How much does that guy make? What kind of cash is Jake from State Farm pulling in?
What is his real name?
I have no idea.
Got no idea. Can you imagine that? You go sign up. You go.
His name is Kevin.
His name is Kevin.
Why can't he be Kevin from State Farm?
Yeah, he doesn't look like a Kevin to me.
His name is Kevin Miles.
Kevin Miles.
He was in a couple episodes of crappy network TV shows.
SWAT, Criminal Minds.
Wow.
Yeah. He's from Chicago.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Nice.
I just think those commercials have jumped the shark now.
It's really nothing against
It's
really nothing against the guy, but they just keep having him show up in all these faces. Remember when wasn't he at like Caitlin Clark's record-breaking game last year?
He was.
Oh my God!
I forgot about
that. They like literally put him there, like he was courtside and like hugging Caitlin Clark, like Caitlin Clark and Jake from State Farm were friends.
Okay, that makes sense because she's in State Farm commercials too. So,
but they were doing the whole cross.
They were
bros. Thing. Like he's a mascot. He's not even a real person.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wonder if he ever gets existential thinking about that. People don't like Kevin; they like Jake.
You can't turn off Jake from State Farm. You're always Jake from State Farm.
That's true.
Every time you go out in public, you have to be Jake from State Farm.
It's just like Flo from Progressive.
That has to be more annoying than being like an actual famous person that you always have to be a pretend character.
People were harassing Flo from Progressive for a while. She got rid of all social media and stuff because people were being weird.
Well, she showed up in
in
Boardwalk Empire. Remember that series with former Husker punter Brian Buschini? She was in that.
She was also on Mad Men.
And it threw me off big time. I was like, what the hell is Flo doing here?
Excuse me, Flo?
Was that before Flo or after Flo?
No, during Flo.
During Flo?
Yeah, because that show's only about, 10 years old?
Wow.
Boardwalk Empire. Flo's been around for a while. Yeah. Flo's been around for a while.
that'd be more annoying than being an actual famous person.
An actual famous person, yeah.
Because if you're Tom Hanks and you're walking down the street, you're still Tom Hanks.
Yeah, people might yell characters at you. Hey, Forrest Gump. Yeah, but you're still Tom Hanks. Everyone knows.
Yeah, because you've had many characters,
If you're Jake from State Farm, you're not Jake from State Farm.
You're not Kevin.
You are.
Yeah,
you're not Kevin. No one calls you Kevin. George, better than Jared from Subway. That's definitely true.
No doubt. But he doesn't do much walking down the street anymore.
Or commercials.
What they need to do is bring back the Sonic guys. I
like
always liked the Sonic guys.
My dear friends from the front seat of the car at Sonic.
They were the best.
Yeah,
their commercials never jumped the shark.
They're very funny.
You saw them all the freaking time.
Yeah, I bet
and then they just disappeared.
See, if they would have stuck around probably for like a couple more years, it would have gotten pretty old.
Maybe, but they were around for a while.
I'm glad they cut it when they did, but those guys were great. And the Sonic guys...
Bring them in and replace Kevin and just be the Sonic guys from State Farm.
They just go on a rotation?
Yeah.
The Sonic guys are like the freaks and geeks of commercials, you know? They stuck around for exactly long enough, and now we remember them fondly.
We do.
You don't think Freaks and Geeks could have had one more season?
Freaks and Geeks was a fine show, but people think it's amazing.
It was amazing.
I've tried to watch that show like 3 or 4 times. I've only watched one episode ever. It never hooks
Never
me.
seen it.
It definitively was not amazing. It was just the fact that all the people were in the show and it only lasted 1 year. And so people got a little hungry for more and they never got it.
I guess you guys just aren't freak or geek enough to enjoy it.
Nobody
That's
actually
definitely
thinks
true.
that show's really, really good. They just are tricked by the fact that there was only one season.
John, it's known for having so here are the people that were in the show: Linda Cardellini, John Francis Daly, James Franco, Sam, is it Levine or Levine? I think it's Levine. Seth Rogen, Jason Segel, Martin Starr. Like, it's just it is loaded.
All these people were like children,
right?
And they were in the show, and it was.
I just thought maybe this was related to the Nick Pyramid of Perversion.
Nice.
Or maybe it was Jesus Nick.
He's back.
No, take him down.
It's too bad. We're supposed to be outside for the Toys for Tots
Why is that too bad?
truck drive. No, it's too bad that Nick doesn't have this look. Is there any way you could get the wig and a fake beard so that Jesus Nick could be out there accepting Toys for Tots?
That would be pretty awesome, Nick.
I'll look into it.
I wouldn't want to give my toys to current Nick.
To Jesus. Oh, but you definitely want to give your toys to Jesus Nick.
Let me find my denim jacket.
Because you know that they will go to the right place.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like it's going to be a good day on Friday, right? Isn't that what we're expecting?
That's what we're told.
That's what we're told. Interesting.
Has anybody researched this?
Look at it. 43 degrees, mainly sunny, winds 5 to 10 miles an hour. That's not too bad.
Doable.
I think that's pretty much what it was last year.
And then the sun will set and it will be a little chillier.
And it will get cold.
Yep. That's why we'll have gloves and hats on. And
That's
the space
fine.
heaters.
That's fine. We're doing it for the people.
I will
the
leave.
people.
We're doing it for the people, and we're going to, raise some toys and new unwrapped toys, by the way, is what we're looking for. And we'll be there during the Grum. So you can stop on by and drop them off. And we'll make sure that the U.S. Marines and the Toys for Tots get them to the right kids.
We love
about
toys.
this
And we
idea?
love tots.
You bring toys for the children and you bring tots for us. And we can eat some tots while you're donating your toys.
What kind of a cannibal are you?
It's not
Tots.
toys and tots. It's
Tater
toys
tots,
for
John.
tots.
Tater, not the children.
Yeah, you sicko.
Yeah.
I like tater tots.
Wow, the murder cult has really gone a different direction.
Dear Lord.
Really gone a different
We've taken the
direction.
next step for sure. Sounds like something that that this guy would do.
Oh, that
Jesus Nick tells people not to let their faith be mushy.
Mushy.
Ooh, that's another song, by the way. If you get a weird Christmas song stuck in your head, you can sing, Jesus is a star right with me. Jesus is just a right.
During the commercial break, Josh, we decided that the counter to Christmas music was the Doobie Brothers.
Yeah, so whenever you think you're going to have a Christmas song in your head, just start saying, "Here comes somewhere, go," and then you're healed.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep. Just a little.
For the record,
Martin
I like
McFly.
Christmas music.
What?
Well, you also like Michigan, you sick bastard.
Oh, yeah. Got my book about
there it is,
Michigan.
ladies and gentlemen, the Harvey F. Ham book about.
Sean, you bacon, John. John, you
Why
bacon.
are you reading a Michigan football
I'm not.
book?
I haven't read it. I've had it for like a decade, though. It's about the hiring of Jim Harbaugh, Coach H.
Good Lord! Wow, what kind of a backstory? Let's see. Former great quarterback who played for Bo Schembechler. Can he work at Michigan? Sure, why not? Well, who the hell could write 250 pages on that?
Seems really
I think
complicated.
it's actually close to
Tell
400.
Steve F. Sausage to go find something else to write about.
I think it's like 400 pages, John.
Tell Charlie H. Croissant that
450 pages
topic
of
is
the fall.
450. Well, it's for a Michigan reader, so it's probably like 2 words per page.
Wow.
It's very large.
Wow. I'm going to read that. Maybe I'll read this over Christmas break, and I'll do a book report when we come back for the new year.
No.
Maybe that's what I'll do.
No.
I can do
We don't need to hear a Michigan book.
No.
Sure.
Here's the only thing you need to know about Michigan. They cheat and they suck.
Nice.
Yeah.
And they beat Ohio
They didn't
State's
cheat
ass.
this time.
And they did beat Ohio State. And somehow they threw a pass that got Gus Johnson to reach heights never heard before.
Happer, have you heard from the Ohio State fan that used to email us all the time? I haven't heard from him in a couple months. What's going on with old Ross?
Interesting point.
Yeah.
I
Ross
have not
used to
heard
talk
from
so
Ross.
much trash about Ohio State, how great
tried to
they were
tell
going
Ross.
to be.
I tried to tell Ross about Will Howard. He did not listen. He did not heed my advice.
Yeah.
And
They should've
now
kept
he is
Kyle
the
McCord.
saddest boy on earth, probably.
Oh, yeah, he's down bad. He's down bad.
Ouch.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Well, that'll do it.
Okay. See you in a couple hours.
We'll see you in a couple hours
Bye.
for
Happer.
Jay's Live from the arena.
Jay's live.
Speaking of that, we have been dropped 2 tickets in our lap for tonight's game.
We have.
We are going to give
That's
away today
sick,
on the Grum.
John. Sick.
It's not that hard to say, John C. Happer. Well
Sick.
done.
You
Sick.
may have to remind me. If Creighton pulls this off, someone may have to text me, say, you promised to
get you.
say the word sick.
I'll deliver
Happer
you.
will come down and say sick just in your face over and over. He'll remind you.
I'll deliver you a little post-it note.
Yeah. I just might need that because, it's not part of my regular vocabulary.
Okay.
Unless we're talking about, hey, I know that Pop Isaacs was sick the other day.
But you're just to be clear, you're not doing it
unless they win.
unless they win.
Sad.
But I will do it if they win, and I will do it during the Greg McDermott postgame
Right.
show.
Go Jays.
All right.
There you go. All right. Program's next, 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
It's a Wednesday. You got a number one team coming to town. We've got people signing, I guess they used to be binding contracts. Now I don't know what they are.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Welcome to the Grum, everyone. We are here for you, the people. From our wonderful studios, or in the case of Josh, still from his office. By the way, we have not asked, how is the Mrs. Josh? Is she doing okay? Is she feeling all right?
Yeah, she's all right. No fever today, which is good.
That's good.
But yeah, she's, COVID's knocked her on her ass yet again. So it's a bummer.
Hopefully she doesn't get the same thing. The wife is still suffering from the fact that
the taste,
that the peppers and the cucumbers don't taste right.
Oh my gosh.
I think one of the two was getting better, but yeah, like bell peppers and cucumbers, just like she said, it had a metallic taste.
Oh, that's such a bummer. That is wild,
it is.
Man.
It is.
4 years later, you're still dealing with that crap.
Yeah. But well, that's good to know. Good to know. Is she doing better? And Josh will be back with us in studio tomorrow. And then, of course, Friday, we're going to be outside doing the Toys for Tots thing. It's going to be like one of the rare One Beer Fridays where there's not a game, or we're out of town, or Josh is out of town, or whatever the case may be. I mean, this will be kind of nice. I'm looking forward to enjoying one of those great cross strains that are sitting in our refrigerator right now, outdoors with the people while we're collecting the Toys for Tots.
It's also supposed to be beautiful on Friday.
It's supposed to be pretty. It's supposed to be nice out.
It won't be mushy outside.
Man, I'm already sad, John. I was laying in bed last night thinking about life, contemplating my existence, and I was like, college football season is basically done.
Oh,
Nebraska
come on.
Has one game to go. I already missed the full weekends. The full weekends are done.
What are you talking about? This weekend is full. There's going to be games on in every window that there have been games on for 15 weeks.
And Josh, so close to college baseball, too. How can you be so sad?
Oh, my gosh. I'm going to do the show in my home office forever now because of you, Nick, because of the words that you just said. Yes, because of you. Get me an ISDN hookup in this office. I'm never coming back to work again.
I thought you were threatening us. So what?
That's a reward.
So you were sad because college football is...
We only have 4 games. Well, I guess I don't know how many of these conference championships are on campus. So what, like 5 or 6 or 7 home games left this season? It's just, I'm sad. I like my full days of football on Saturday, and those are done. Next week, we're going to have the Army, Navy, overrated-ass football game.
Yeah, America's game.
I mean, the playoff is going to be fun as hell. I'm excited for that, but it's just, I always get so sad at this time of year because I saw a promo. It was like coming up on Fox this Saturday. And I was like, oh, what football games do they have? And it was like, it's basketball. And I was like, no, get it off of Fox. That's where college football is supposed to be. Oh, speaking of.
The Drum Down brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard, top-ranked Kansas visiting Creighton tonight. And we have a pair of tickets in the upper bowl.
Upper bowl.
I believe the last time we gave away tickets, we mistakenly said they were in the lower bowl when they were not. These are definitely in the upper bowl. But hey, you're getting into the most anticipated non-conference home game in probably in Creighton history, but certainly since they moved to the CHIL Center over 20 years ago.
Welcome to the Big East, the Jayhawks.
Nice.
Kansas coming in at number 1. So, yes, we have a pair of tickets to tonight, and you don't have to come here to pick them up. They are digital tickets.
Oh, badass.
And we asked Nick, we've got – now the Jayhawk is a fictional bird.
Oh, it is? I didn't know that.
But it's still – the mascot is a bird.
A
blue jay, of course, with no space, is a bird.
Mm-hmm.
So I asked Nick to find us some bird noises.
I did.
Oh, what is this? The Masters, John?
Well, I mean, he did. Nick said, you know what? I think I would like to use the birds that we had during our Masters updates in April. And so, Nick, how did you do in finding? Because, it's hard to find those birds. They're only around in April, and they only hang around the Augusta National. I hope you were able to find something that was at least close to those birds, because those birds, I assume, are vacationing somewhere in South America.
Yeah, no, I had to find the winter birds, and this is what I got. Those are birds.
Sounds like my TV back in the days before we had cable, and I was trying to tune in some of the UHF stations.
Yeah, that's like when the NFL moved over to Fox and you couldn't find the game.
I gotta use this other dial that I've never used before.
One of those is a bare-throated bellbird, and the other one is a capuchin bird.
What in the hell?
I Googled effed up, what is the most effed up sounding bird? And it gave me those.
Well, the reason for that now is so that the next time you
hear that?
The next time after this time. You know what the problem is? For those of you who still listen on AM radio, and by the way, we appreciate that you do. Yeah. Once you get west of 84th Street,
you're like, the signal's dying off again.
Sound like that anyway. So, I mean, we might get a few misfires on the call, but
yes,
in the effort to try to bring good vibes to Ryan Kalkbrenner, who is a game time decision. He wears the number 11. We'll take caller 11.
Nice.
We'll take caller 11 the next time, not this time.
We're going to play it one more time?
This.
Mustache Adam says, did Nick just play the AOL startup noise? Yeah, if we logged on.
Yeah, I hooked
mail.
I went into the dial-up.
Yeah.
Nice. R.I.P. to that man.
Caller 11, and we'll get you hooked up with a pair of tickets in the Upper Bowl. But not yet.
Next time you hear it.
The next time you hear it. We've got signing day stuff today. Rhule spoke today, and we do have some audio from Holgo the Oko.
Nice.
Nick, you may have to create like a
I think so too.
Like a cartoon mascot.
The cartoon mascot
that we'll call Holgo the Oko.
Holgo the Oko.
Because I sense that next season, next season we'll just, instead of playing a lot of Rhule audio, we'll just play a lot of Holgo the Oko.
Or something like how we did Mr. Yogurt for Mr. Yogurt.
We had that. We also had, remember when we had Whips and Chins?
Yeah.
Yes.
There's Mr. Yogurt.
With Mark Whipple and Eric Shenander. We called it Whips and Chins.
Oh, I remember.
So next fall, we're going to, and spring, because, they'll have spring football too. We'll have Holgo the Oko. So that can be your Christmas project. Create like a cartoony mascot that we can display.
Okay.
Or Holgo the Oko.
I'll get on that.
Get on Canva, Nick.
Mike Schaefer coming up from Husker247.com. Mitch Holthus on the Chiefs-Chargers showdown. Ooh. Matt DeMarinis is going to join us in the happy hour preview tonight's game.
Nice get, Nick.
From White and Blue Review.
Thank you.
We've got big CFP ratings overreaction. We got ADs fighting each other in the comments. And the ACC is seeing crimson. We got fired up for football, even if Big Ten championship game ticket sales aren't.
Yeah, should we just go on the road this weekend, John? Should we go to Indianapolis and go to the game? Ticket prices are pretty cheap, right?
I mean, I have a game to do. On
Game
Saturday.
my ass.
UNLV's coming to town.
UNLV, they're playing for a playoff spot on Friday night.
Oh, maybe you're going to see that guy
No,
that we
the other
ran
one
into
over.
on Fremont Street.
Oh, yeah. Maybe that guy will just be walking to
know what?
Omaha.
I'll ask.
Maybe
about
that's what
that.
he was doing. Maybe it wasn't a video. He was
John,
just
you
walking.
should ask. If you talk to their SID when you're doing pronunciation stuff, then also be like, hey, we saw this guy on Fremont Street. Can you tell us about him? I think he was number 11.
If I remember, I will do that.
Awesome.
And Dumb Debates Day. You can send us
Nice.
your dumb debates into the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Use the hashtag dumb debates. Or you can email into the Equitable Bank inbox, John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first string.
Nice.
And the 42 Degrees of Source hotline is where our callers and guests all appear.
Nice.
Except for Mike Schaefer, who will be joining us in the virtual room here shortly. But we'll still call it the 42 Degrees of the Source hotline.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. That's what we got coming up today on the program.
Nice.
Glad you could be here. And don't forget, be caller 11 the next time you hear Nick's hit. Not this time.
Not this time.
No, the next time we play it, it's for reals.
So, but not this time.
No. Don't play
Nick,
it.
you're done playing it.
I'm not
You're
playing
done
it.
playing it
I'm not
until
playing
it's
it.
time to do it for reals.
Okay, I won't play it again.
Yeah.
And be caller 11, and we'll set you up with a pair of tickets in the upper bowl, and you can watch Creighton and Kansas tonight in a game you'll be able to hear right here.
Nice.
Starting with the pregame at 6, right after this grum is over, on 1620 The Zone.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Adam Carricker breaks down the Iowa game and the regular season as a whole. Thursday at Holy Ghost Church, celebrating 50 years of Husker Nights. Doors open at 5, program starts at 7, and it's only $10 for adults, $5 for children. Sponsored by Laser Communications and La Vista Autoplex.
You know what's really getting old? Having to do more with less. With Ramp, you can do more with more. Ramp is the corporate card and expense management software that saves businesses like yours an average of 5%. That's more for you to invest back into your operations, your staff, your bottom line, you name it. And that means less time spent on manual tasks, less time spent closing your books, and less time spent worrying about where your money went. All with Ramp.
I grew my hospitality company fast, so fast that we actually felt serious growing pains. Ramp helped us automate our manual expense tracking, saving the team valuable time. Now we have more time to spend on what really matters, our guests and their experience.
Ramp gives you more time, more visibility, and more control over your business. Don't settle for anything less. Start using Ramp for free today at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's ramp.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
And I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
Well, I had joy in my tiny black heart when Shave's Vikings came back and beat the cheap Cardinals. That's always fun. So, Shave, thank you. On behalf of the rest of us in the NFC West who are equally as mediocre, we appreciate the help.
A couple things here. Cheap, like do they take cheap shots or are they just a cheap organization like the Bears?
No, it's actually a play on words. And no, this is not the cue to call bird noises. Cheap Cardinals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So they're chirpy, sort of.
Chirpy, yeah.
Okay. All right, I just want to clarify.
I'm Josh. I just dumb laugh. You shut up.
Sorry, your jokes are so bad, John. What do you want me to pretend laugh at your hilarious jokes?
So you weren't pretend laughing, thus the joke worked.
And then the second question I have here is I would love to know why Behringer fan views Husker 24/7 as not objective analysis. Sometimes I go through the comments on the little side when I'm sitting here, and I saw that one. And I'm just curious. Like I would love some feedback there. So if you're gonna put that out there, I mean, give me something to work.
One thing about Behringer fan, by the way, it's very, very ironically titled individual in our YouTube comment section because the real Brooke Behringer was a very down to earth, genteel, certainly not a person who would ever be castigated or defined as a troll.
Yeah.
Behringer fan does like to go into the dark spaces and just kind of poke fun at people about just about everything. So I wouldn't take it as a personal insult, Shave.
I see in the comments that people are discussing that I am the sort of guy that would change a tire on the side of the road if someone needed help. That's probably not accurate. I would stop and help place a phone call to someone who could change the tire, but I am probably not going to get on the ground and jack the thing up and change the tire for you. One, I wouldn't trust that tire if I had to drive away with it because I was involved in the operation of it.
Yep.
And two, I'm just more likely to be the guy that, hey, do you need someone to make a phone call for you? That's the sort of help. Or would you like someone to stand here and wait while you change the tire? That's more of where my skill set is.
Would you like me to drive a couple miles down the road to the convenience store and get you an ice cold beer?
Oh,
right.
Yeah,
I'd offer him a water if I happen to have
water.
Yeah.
That's
You do that thing where you stand around like, this
I'm
sucks.
the guy. I'm like if Hank Hill is working on his truck, I'm the guy that's coming by in the neighborhood, like, that looks kind of nice, and then I'm popping into the garage fridge and drinking a beer, and maybe every couple minutes I ask him what he's doing, but I'm not doing the work.
No.
I am an observer.
Yes, an objective observer.
An objective observer. Yeah, it all does come full circle. Also, probably ask you, hey, notice that your gas gauge is below 1/8 of a tank. Have you ever thought about maybe, I don't know, driving until that thing was pegged on the low needle?
Nice.
There's a podcast I listened to that it's been a running discussion that one of the guys is trying to just like go as far as he possibly can, and he's wondering if there's something beyond the 3 bars, and the other 2 are freaking out. It's up in Minnesota, and they're like, you're going to run the risk of just destroying your engine, and you can't do that in the winter. You have to have at least 30 miles to the tank. You don't want to go below 30. You're going to really put yourself at risk. And I'm just dying laughing at this.
Well, I've got a new boo. I replaced the old boo with a new boo, and I haven't taken that risk yet. So I've got to pick my spot here when I'm gonna try to take it to the very limit of its fuel mileage.
Do you have to like work your way into it? Like you'll get to a certain point, you're like, all right, we're good. You don't want to. It's like when you get new tires, you're not supposed to just like immediately go on a 1,000-mile road trip. You're supposed to kind of work those tires.
Yeah, probably. Also, this isn't a great time to do it because it is, cold. And if I run out in the middle of nowhere, I would rather do it when the weather's nice. So if I have to do some walking,
that show was so great. There was a guy who called in. He's like, yeah, it's the 3rd time this year. I've run out of gas. This is incredible. That was like 7 years ago. That's still one of my favorite. We did the International House of Discontinued Fast Food.
We did. Yes, we did.
It's one of those days, Schaefer.
Nothing was going on in December.
Exactly. You know what? This is the perfect, Josh. This day used to be just filled with, we got to talk to every recruit and we got to break down every part of the class. Here we have our good friend and recruiting analyst and Husker reporter, Mike Schaefer on.
Objective.
And we have now spent 5 minutes talking about everything.
I saw your
else
tweet this morning, so I don't want to talk about recruiting because Nebraska might lose some of those guys to the portal, and I just don't know if you'll be able to handle it.
Shape, do any radio people still ask you for phone numbers of recruits, or are those days long? Really?
No, it's more. They're getting smarter about it. They're not doing it the night before signing day, so there's that.
That's nice of Shane. Very nice of Shane.
Not naming names. But no, occasionally I'll get asked, if I can help them. Usually it's more, hey, can you help facilitate, put us in touch? We'd like to do an interview. And normally it's not like this time of year. It's more kind of trying to fill the summer dead zone a little bit.
Nice.
See, I'm apt to help that way. But if they're like, hey, can you help fix this soundboard? No.
Not gonna do it.
Good Samaritan in terms of booking recruiting guests.
Yeah. Well, speaking of recruiting, Cortez Mills does the flip. He leaves Oklahoma. He's coming to Nebraska. How big of a win is this?
It's a nice pickup for Nebraska. I mean, I've had multiple people in 24/7 Sports basically kind of reach out over there. I don't think I'm surprising anything here. This is kind of a known that this was headed this direction for a little while. And so we may or may not have had all of our stuff ready to go for the announcement that we thought was happening yesterday. But
nice.
The point being, there's a lot of people in 24/7 that are down in the Florida area or have watched him play that think that Nebraska, like they did with Ja'Cory Barney a year ago, just stole somebody out of Miami. And Cortez Mills, I think, is going to come in and they're going to need him to play early, sort of like a Ja'Cory Barney. I don't know that he's going to have that immediate kind of impact that Barney has had, or that he could have the same exact kind of season. But this is a guy, when they talk about him, what's really interesting when Andrew Ivins, director of scouting, talks about him, Cortez Mills doesn't have track times. Cortez Mills doesn't play multi-sports. Cortez Mills got ranked because of what Cortez Mills has done exclusively as a wide receiver. And that's sort of rare because in the sort of way that the ranking industry works now, so much of it is, this guy has this track time and he's a multi-sport athlete. And this is what is, I almost said spark, but nobody uses spark anymore. But the similar idea of like athletic measurements and all of that for Cortez Mills, it's very much, man, when I turn on the film, he is gassing people. He's getting out of his routes. He's creating natural separation. He's got hands. He's big. He's strong. He's got a 6'1" frame and it looks like he can put on weight. He's finishing, touchdowns on catches where they are contested. So it's sort of unique because, I mentioned Barney. Like, Barney played every position under the sun, and you were going off of just straight athleticism. Cortez Mills, there's excitement about what he is as a receiver and what he is doing, in terms of the route running as a high schooler and the hands and all of that kind of stuff. So it's sort of fascinating because it's almost like a throwback. Like, he's being evaluated as a football player. And I know that sounds weird to say, but, like, we didn't talk about Malachi Coleman or Carter Nelson specifically because of how they ran routes or what they sort of did in that aspect of it. It was, can you believe this athleticism, yada, yada, yada. So it's fascinating to me because everyone to a man is like, yeah, that guy can play football. Like, they talk about him for football. And I think that's kind of valid and kind of important. And a thing that I think Nebraska really appreciates too. And they love all the extra dressing with the track times and everything else, but they know that he can play football.
Schaefer, back in the day, we would say, like, you got to wait for the first full recruiting class for the coach because that's going to be the one that pops. And then at some point, and I'm guessing it was probably when the early signing period came, it was like, wait for that second full class. That's going to be the one that pops. This is the second full class. Like, do we still feel that way anymore, given the portal and how things are just so different now versus what they were like even 5 years ago, let alone 10 or 15?
It's hard because with the portal, what's ultimately going to happen is you'll have a handful of guys that sign this year that are probably going to find their way in the portal next year. Like, that's just the reality of where we're at with recruiting. I think the biggest thing, Nebraska is a program to me that has to go get high school guys. They have to find ways to develop high school guys. I just don't think they can have the Deion Sanders effect of going into the portal and plucking players and going through it that way. And I don't think the Deion can really do that either. I think he's somewhat saved by the fact that he has two of the most talented players in college football on the same roster, but he's done a really nice job with it. I just don't see a successful pattern for Nebraska to do that. So they have to be able to develop guys. They have to get guys who want to commit for multiple years of being developed. I think you have to find this blend of talented, athletic, can play, can help us early in their career, but are also willing to put in the work and still going to be there on the back end. Like, that's going to be the challenge for Nebraska. I think they really, really like this class. They have a lot of guys that need time, that, like a Cade Peterzak or a Tyson Terry. Like, you need those guys to at least commit to for multiple years of being developed so they can be defensive linemen that someday are as good as what Ty Robinson and Nash Hutmaker were. But it's not going to happen overnight. And so it's, Nebraska's in this weird spot where you need to win to prove it as a coaching staff, but you also have to be able to develop some of this talent or none of it matters. Like, being a top 20 class and having half of the class leave by their second year, you can't develop what's not on your roster.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. How high up the depth chart do you think TJ Lateef will be next season?
Well, I think he's probably going to be if I had to guess, I think Nebraska will go find someone with some experience as a backup quarterback. I don't think TJ Lateef, I think he's sort of in the Daniel Kalin role, if that makes sense, where, Rhule's going to say all the best things about him. I don't know that it's a real threat that he's going to get in and play a lot. But I do wonder if, when we're talking about a TJ Lateef, if he isn't sort of the third or fourth quarterback, because I think Heinrich Harberg is almost your emergency quarterback for next year. I mean, the biggest thing I took from what Matt Rhule talked about was, the idea of Heinrich Harberg and that Swiss Army knife role, and then sort of an emergency quarterback if you do get down to the third string, because I think they want him to be able to be in those meeting rooms as a wide receiver, as a tight end, and not just focus on quarterback the way that he was this year, because they ultimately needed him to be the backup.
And I asked part of the reason, sorry, Josh, part of the reason I asked that is because with what happened to Kalin, you wonder if you might need to, I don't want to say artificially, but at least try to elevate him up the depth chart so that you don't lose another quarterback next year in the portal.
I just don't think you can worry about that. Like, you're ultimately, they already have their quarterback for 2026. You might have heard of him. His name is Dayton Raiola. They're still recruiting other quarterbacks as well. If you're going to play the game of how to keep everybody happy, you're not going to win football games. And so, I don't know why Daniel Kalin went into the portal. To me, I would have thought that he would have seen the opportunity to sort of be the backup. You're one snap away. You're here in Nebraska. All of the reasons that you wanted to go to Nebraska are still there. It makes me wonder if he didn't feel like there was a fit with him and what Dana Holgorsen wants at quarterback, which I think is an underrated part of this whole discussion. That's kind of why I wonder if they're going to go find sort of a backup that has ties to Holgorsen himself. So we'll see how that all plays out. But if you're Nebraska, you can't worry about what TJ Lateef is thinking, because you need to worry about how you can make sure you win more than 6 football games in 2025. Like you don't have the luxury. I don't think any program has the luxury to worry about what their freshman quarterback thinks. And Nebraska is one of the few ever that had a freshman quarterback go wire to wire, at least here in the last few seasons. So I don't think that they can be too concerned about what TJ Lateef is going to do or not do. And you may need to play him next year, but I don't look for him to just be the backup or to see time just to keep him happy.
Schaefer, I'm curious as to the questions that you have, whether it's about staff or roster with the early flurry of portal entries and then some of the changes that we have seen. In particular, obviously, Tony White, he is gone. Holgorsen is now in. There's going to be a new wide receivers coach. Like, what questions are you still kind of wondering about as there is this? It seems like things have slowed down a little bit, and Rhule mentioned some coaches today, but I'm wondering if you feel like everything is completely locked down for 2025 in that regard.
Well, I mean, I have all the questions. I mean, I want to see what sort of the staff is going to look like and how roles slot in. I want to see if Nebraska is going to have a $1.5 million tight end coach for the 2025 season. I think that'd be sort of hilarious. I definitely want to see what Nebraska does in the portal when you have Dana Holgorsen talking about, what is it, 30 to 50 visitors from the transfer? Like, I mean, just an insane number of visitors from the transfer portal. So clearly there's some roster change over there. I'm intrigued to see where some of the guys left, where they end up, the ones who just don't end up at Florida State, where else guys sort of, so there's a lot, still going on here. And then I'm also fascinated for the first time in 8 years, and really honestly for the first time that I can remember, because Nebraska hasn't really played in a marquee bowl game, and they're not this year either. But I am fascinated like what bowl prep looks like, and then kind of who gets elevated to play in that game with the losses of a James Williams and a Jamari Butler. Like, who are these defensive linemen that are, and maybe they're not going to be guys that ultimately matter. Maybe they're some young guys that we see more run from. I want to see sort of what happens on Nebraska's roster with bowl prep as well. So I think this month, which has been a tornado for the first 4 days.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to slow down, but there's a lot of fascinating stuff that's still going to be happening over there as we go through all of this.
Rank the defensive losses in the portal in order of biggest impact.
I think James Williams is one. So James Williams, then Jamari Butler, then Prince Will. Then after that, I don't know that there's
maybe
Oh yeah, Mekhi Bear over Prince Will. So Prince Will fourth. So those, because
so
then it's Vincent Jackson.
Yeah,
would be 5. So, but to me, it's James Williams is the biggest loss. I think because you had invested and really kind of developed him there. I thought he was coming on pretty strong. He is sort of this is going to sound negative when I don't want it to, but he's more of a niche guy in that he's such a good pass rusher, but I don't know that you can utilize him in the Big Ten in maybe the same way that Tony White or whoever. I think he's going to Florida State. I don't think that's, I don't think I'm breaking news on that one or speaking out of turn, but I think that his ability to rush off of the edge in the ACC, he could be a real quick difference maker for them. And I just don't know that Nebraska has anything to kind of replace that. I like Jamari Butler a lot. I do wonder though, if he isn't a guy that it all looks really good. And then by the time he finishes wherever he ends up playing, he's just, he's an above average player, in part because for 2 seasons, he wasn't healthy, a lot of it. When he's really on and effective, he's really effective. I just don't know that you're going to get 12 games of that wherever he ends up going. But I'm rooting for that guy. I like Jamari Butler a lot, and Prince Will, a lot of upside there, and Mekhi Bear, I think he fits certain systems maybe better than other ones, but it's a guy that I think would have played a lot of snaps for Nebraska for sure in 25.
Shape, do you find yourself, I asked this yesterday of a guest, do you find yourself glass half full about what's next because of a chance for the new start and all of the changes, or are you more glass half empty given that they're going into year 3, and it seems like some of the initial hires were just not good enough from the jump.
It's tough because the way the season sort of finished, the way things have kind of gone here early, like they're having a nice day here on signing day. I think they have a lot of talent. I guess if I have to answer one of those two, it's glass half empty, because I just have questions about what Matt Rhule looks like on game day next year. I mean, I just felt like Nebraska gave away games. And quite frankly, until they're halfway into the season and we have any kind of measure of special teams, I just can't feel good about what's happening over there, because they put their name on that. They signed their name on the 2024 special team season, and they were okay with what was planned. I shouldn't say they were okay with it. I'm sure they weren't okay with it, but they put themselves in that position, and they thought they were going to be good at special teams. So, it is hard for me to certainly say glass half full. I think there's a lot that could be restructured, reset. I'm certainly excited for Dana Holgorsen. I'm excited for what I think the offense could look like, but also it's December 4th. We don't know who still could enter the portal. We don't know what's going to happen in the next hour. So I don't want to get too far ahead of it. I have concerns about special teams. I have concerns about the head coach and game management. That stuff just doesn't go away because they had a nice day on signing day. And so I came in as high as anybody in the Nebraska media on the 2024 season, and I walk out of it thinking they underachieved at a large degree. And then, they've lost a defensive coordinator that I thought was really good. They lost a defensive line coach that I think is good. Now, do I think they can replace that? Yeah. Do I think Matt Rhule is going to have a good defense most times? Yes. Can he marry that with Dana Holgorsen's offense and win a bunch of games? That remains to be seen.
Yeah.
Can he win games in the fourth quarter when it's tied? That remains to be seen. I just don't trust Matt Rhule in a close and late game right now. And I know it's weird to just put it all on the coach. The players have to go make plays. But there's too many Marylands and Wisconsins and Iowa games, both Iowa games, Minnesota last year. They all look the same. Nebraska doesn't add to its points total. They don't look like they're playing with urgency. They don't make the right decisions, and they give the game away. So I don't know why I think that's going to be all that different in 2025 until they prove that it's different.
I couldn't have said it better, Schaefer. Couldn't have said it better. I mean, I'm willing to be open-minded as well, because obviously we've only seen the bad side of the portal right now. We don't see the good side of it until it actually opens and people can actually start signing. We don't know exactly where they're going to go with some of the coaching changes and everything like that. But those things that you mentioned, those are things that aren't going to be fixed just because you signed 20 good dudes out of the, on signing day. It's just, it's not. And
yeah, this is very much it's still being built kind of project here. I mean, Nebraska's nowhere near completion, and I thought they'd take a much, much bigger step as a program in 24, and they took a step, but it felt more like a half step than a full step.
Definitely.
Mike Schaefer, Husker 24/7. You get that kind of analysis on Husker 24/7. It's not. And they won't promise to come change your tire, but they will certainly stand over you and say, drink a beer or offer you a beer, give you some fine advice and some good recruiting information.
I think one of those guys had to change a tire on the side of the road when they were going to Indiana. I believe they had barely left the rental car place, and their tire blew in Lincoln. And then I believe Bruntz had to change the tire, and then drove them back to get a different vehicle, and they ended up in a truck, and then drove that truck to watch Nebraska lose 56-7, then drove it back to Lincoln. So if you believe in omens, they maybe should have just stayed home that day.
Yeah. Well, Nebraska may have stayed home that day.
Oh, that's another conversation for another time.
Shave, have a great weekend. Thanks.
All right, guys, have a good one. Enjoy the rest of signing day. John, have a great call tonight. Josh, whatever it is that you do on Wednesdays.
Thank you, Schaefer. I appreciate that. What a guy.
There he is, Mike Schaefer, everyone. Oh, before he left, we should try to designate a Wang Nachos, a second Wang Nachos this year.
Oh, that would be fun.
Is there a playoff Wang Nachos or something?
I mean, we could talk about doing something.
Or how about just a terrible bowl day Wang Nachos, and you can just sit in the corner and read books?
No, Bulls. Yes, I'm in on that. I
meant,
will.
yeah, during the
I like my
basketball game.
friends, John. I was reading something today, and it mentioned the Rams, or no, it mentioned the night that Pitt played. This is a long-winded story, but hear me out. It mentioned the Pitt Syracuse game that happened on that Thursday that we did Wang nachos when Kyle McCord threw like 3 pick sixes. Remember that?
Yeah.
And it was October 24th, and I was like, "What the hell?" That was October 24th. It seems like it was just yesterday that I was hanging out with my pals, John, Jack, and Schaefer. And now here we are, and it's cold and dark, and it's December the 4th.
And enjoying a well-played game in which there were no controversial calls whatsoever.
Nice. Yes. No face masks in the end zone in that game. That's for damn sure.
None.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Coming up, Holgo the Oko.
Nice.
And Matt Rhule.
Oh.
But we won't hear from Matt Rhule. We'll just
Okay, don't scare me like that. I'm like, I didn't get that.
No, but we just some notes from what Matt Rhule had to say today, including he did address
tips and tricks.
He addressed it. We didn't. He wasn't asked about it. He addressed it in his 11-minute long opening statement. He did address the handshake thing.
Oh, God.
Also, we have fired up for football.
Nice.
And talking about fired up, people are fired up to win these upper bowl tickets for tonight's Creighton, Kansas game. I mean, the phones have been constantly ringing with people getting their phones all locked in so they can just hit last number dialed to be caller 11 when you hear the awkward bird noises that Nick has accumulated.
The phone thing has been flashing so much, I forget that I'm not in a rave. Nice, all the flashing light.
Yeah. Nice. So we have that. We still have Mitch Holthus. And also, speaking of rage, the rage about the college football playoff.
Oh, people are mad.
Oh, boy, people
big
are
mad.
Big mad. 16-20 in the zone. Well, he addressed it today. We're just going to get this out of the way right now so we can get to the other news of the day, because I know people instantly bring it up and they all get triggered and they ride in on their fake white horses. I've got to defend the program. I've got to defend the program.
That's not – wait. You think I was defending the program when I was saying that
I'm not
stuff?
talking about you. I'm talking about a lot of the folks out there who get triggered about hearing about, the handshake. Well, but that kicker, he blew a kiss at Scott Frost, and I don't like him. Boo-hoo-hoo. Matt Rhule today at his press conference, in his opening statement, unprompted by the lamestream media, said he was not aware that his captains were going to do that, or his designated coin toss guys were going to do that. He said that that's not the way they want to do things. We'll grow from it and learn from it.
Oh.
And so there you go. He said, I did not approve of that message. So there you go. Those of you who have been all week defending bad sportsmanship and being the smaller person, Matt Rhule has spoken, and he has spoken out against you. Thank you, Matt Rhule.
Sad. He's anti-Jack Mitchell. Matt Rhule, anti-Jack Mitchell, anti-Mitch Sherman. Sad.
Pro sportsmanship. Yeah, sure. He did talk about Tony White leaving. He said that White left due to family reasons. He wanted to get closer to family in Florida. Said he's disappointed to see White leave. He did mention that. Now, Terrence Knighton today on social media basically said his goodbyes. He didn't say where he was going, but he basically said his goodbyes. Rhule said today that both Terrence Knighton and Garrett McGuire might take other opportunities, but that both coaches were still with the program. So it might be just semantics or timing, but it sounds like Terrence Knighton is out the door, and we'll see what happens with Garrett McGuire. He said that the Dikeel shorts, or Dikeel, I don't know if I've heard the official pronunciation.
Crap, you know what? I saw it in an article yesterday, and I already forgot to. Yeah, I thought it might have been Dikeel. Yeah.
We'll get it right at some point. But either way, the new receivers coach from Kentucky was the one thing that Dana Holgorsen wanted. It's the one thing he requested if he was going to become the permanent offensive coordinator, because he's worked with Shorts before. He was with him at Houston. He likes him as a recruiter. He knows what Holgorsen wants out of his wide receivers. So, but as far as the rest of the offensive staff, he's fine. In fact, it sounds like, unless something changes, that Nebraska might have the most expensive tight ends coach in the country, because Marcus Satterfield, according to Matt Rhule, was going to remain on staff. And that was, quote, Dana's call.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
So we'll see. John Butler is going to be the defensive coordinator for the bowl game.
Yes.
He said he was definitely a candidate for the full-time position, but he did not commit to who was going to be the full-time defensive coordinator, other than guaranteeing that we will play good defense.
Mm-hmm.
So whoever they bring in will do exactly that. He spoke to the folks who are all worried about the portal people, saying that Nebraska, still over the scholarship limit. So there's going to be even more portal attrition to get the numbers down.
Oh, of course there are. Yeah, they got to get down to the 105. They got to get down to 105.
Yeah. So there's that. Let's see. When talking about quarterbacks, Rhule said that Nebraska, quote, made a commitment to Heinrich Harberg that he could explore other positions, and that there's the chance that Nebraska could take one or two more quarterbacks through the portal, along with today's signing of freshman, or soon-to-be freshman, TJ Lateef.
Hey, what did you think of this comment from Amazing Daniel? I've heard multiple experts act surprised by the DK transfer portal. So strange. Were you surprised that he entered into the portal?
I'm not surprised anymore that anybody enters the portal.
Yeah.
I hate to just throw out the blanket statement, but I'm really not.
Kids these days, young, Gen Z, etc.
Well, I mean, everybody's a free agent. Everybody's a free agent, and anymore, it's just like, I don't think I'm surprised by anything. And especially at a position like quarterback, where You know, first of all, the bigger surprise was that Kalin actually stuck it out with Nebraska, that he signed with him last year. That was a bigger surprise than him leaving, in my opinion.
So honestly, that's kind of why I'm, I guess, as surprised as you can be in the era of the transfer portal, right? That is as surprised as I am because he stuck with it. Like, I guess I figured that when he signed on that he kind of knew what he was getting himself into, though in hindsight, was it just so late in the process that he was not going to be able to leave, because it was December, whatever last year when suddenly Rhule was in the fold. It was mid-December when all that stuff went down. And so maybe that was a little too late in the process. And so he was just, going to bide his time for a year before moving on.
Yeah. I'm not surprised by anything anymore in the transfer portal. Everybody's a free agent.
See, now let me read this comment. Why would DK, this is from Chris, why would DK sit on the bench without a true competition? Okay, I'll be honest, John, I get so frustrated by that type of mindset that like nothing is a competition, nothing is ever earned, everything is handed to somebody. Like, where is their assumption that Daniel Kalin is a better quarterback than Rhule? Is it just because he's a backup who hasn't had a chance to play? And also, like, why do you sit on the bench? Because you're an injury away from being on the field. Like, this is a rarity around here where you've been able to make it through an entire season without the quarterback, missing a start. He started every game. I
think the implication is more that, hey, when you bring in Dylan Rhule, he's starting, period, end of story. Yeah. And so there's always this jump to the conclusion. And let's face it, for some people, I'm not saying this necessarily justifies those opinions, but of course, there's a very famous story from 2007 where,
oh, for sure. Yeah. I'm not going to pretend like it doesn't happen.
Outperforming, and outdoing Captain Checkdown. My God, I forgot his name already. Sam Keller.
Wow.
And that job was literally handed to him. So I think there might be a little PTSD based off of that. But it seems like that's always the assumption, where if you bring in a high-priced free agent
that guy's the automatic starter,
a 5-star quarterback, he is the guy and did not outperform anybody else on the roster.
Yeah, Headley says it. He was behind Harberg. Let's not pretend DK was Joe Montana. Like, I don't know, man. With the Joe Gans thing, and Michael can speak to this better than I can, and I know that you could as well, because I was, in college and I didn't have sources in college, right? But the reports coming out from people that were in the know were that Joe Gans was performing better than Sam Keller throughout that entire process, spring ball and in August. We would have heard this. Enough people would have heard that Kalin was the best quarterback, and he wasn't. He was behind multiple players. So, like, I just don't like that implication that it's like, well, he wanted to go somewhere where he'd get a fair shake. I think he got a fair shake. He was never going to be a starter this year anyway. If they brought in Kyle McCord, Kalin wasn't going to be the starter. It was always going to be a long-term play for Daniel Kalin. At least I thought it was. That's how I had been approaching it.
The bigger surprise is that Kalin came here in the first place.
Yeah, for sure.
Because he was essentially recruited over only because at the last minute, Dylan changed his mind. I'm not saying that's a nefarious thing. It's just that's the truth. That's what happened. Kalin was brought in because he was the safety net when they couldn't get Dylan initially. And then at the last minute when Dylan decided, I think Nebraska's calling me home, that it was one of those situations where I don't think Kalin would have had another option, but now he's got options.
Now he has options.
As every player has options. So
yeah, definitely.
Let's get to some Holgo the Olco, because he was on the Huskers.com signing day broadcast today, and he was asked about just being an offensive coordinator and the advantages of just being the guy who can work in the laboratory versus being what he had been the previous 13 years, and that is a head coach / CEO.
People are always going to come and go, and so you got to replace people, you got to interview people, you got to do all kinds of media stuff. I mean, and then the last thing you want to do is go sit down for 10 hours and watch video. The day is just, it's too short. So the fact that I don't have to do a lot of that stuff, I can just get in there and watch video is pretty cool. And it's something that I've missed and haven't been able to do the way I want to do it for 13 years. And that's what we're going to do.
John, we'll often talk about why would you, if you like coaching ball, Why would you not just want to go to the NFL where you can coach ball and you don't have to recruit? I mean, now with the new rules and how you can have unlimited staffers, you can get back to coaching ball if you want to. You don't have to recruit if you don't want to. And obviously that was something that he really wanted to do.
Well, and with the rule change that now you can be a full-time coach and have contact with players, you have now the option, depending on how many coaches you want to employ, you could have a staff of designated recruiters or people who are stronger in recruiting, maybe weaker in coaching, and vice versa, and not have to worry about, well, but this guy's good at this, but he's not really good at that, and it's taking up a spot. Now, if you want to pay the salary and you want to have a larger staff, you can really get more specialized in terms of, here are our recruiters, here are our coaches. Or in the case of Dana Holgorsen, who just loves ball and just, maybe has burned out of the head coaching thing, he can now come in. And I'm not saying Holgorsen won't recruit. I don't know how they're going to, split up those duties, but I'm sure he has the option, if he wanted to tell Matt Rhule, hey, I just want to be the offensive coordinator. I just want to design plays and work with the kids. I don't need to be involved in anything else. And if he has the power and the stroke to do it, he can ask for something like that and get exactly what he wants and get paid well for it and do what he's happy doing.
Yeah, he will not be recruiting. He will probably be signing off on guys, is what I would guess, in particular the quarterback position. But he's not going to go out and get his fingers dirty traveling around.
Here's Holgorsen on the balance between what he wants running and passing.
At the end of the day, I think it's about balance. I think we've always, with whatever offense I've been involved with, which my offense has changed over the years. It used to be air raid where we throw it 90% of the time. I went ground and pound to where we were running the ball 70% of the time at West Virginia for a couple of years. So we have the ability to be able to go either way. I think you got to look at the defense as far as what they're doing. They got a plan. And so what's their plan? Identify what their plan is. If they're like, we're not, like Nebraska last week, I think did a really good job against Iowa of just saying, you ain't going to run it.
Not running the ball, yeah.
You ain't going to run it. So we're going to put 12 people up here, and so you got to look at what their plan is on defense and you got to react to it. You got to be able to have a plan to be able to attack it. It's as simple as that. If we need to throw it every down, we'll throw it every down. If we need to run it every down, we'll run it every down. I think that's how you attack that.
We will examine these things probably Friday. I think we're going to look back at our 10 questions predictions.
That'll be fun.
Season, and see where everything landed in terms of the run pass balance. It was a very interesting year from that standpoint, and be interesting to watch moving forward. Here's Dana Holgorsen on the recruits he is looking for in his offense.
Well, guys that can really make plays is just athletic playmakers is kind of what we're after. I don't care if that's, receiver, inside receiver, outside receiver. I don't really care about the size. We're not looking like for specific size and stuff like that. Bigger, faster, stronger is always better, but just guys that are good humans, good kids, good people, hardworking guys that are intelligent, that can learn and will work hard, I think is kind of what fits what we're trying to do here. But, just guys that can make some plays more than anything. And I think we got a couple of those guys signed up right now.
So there's a little bit of Holgo the Oko.
Mm-hmm.
We still have Nick's obscene bird sounds.
Obscene, John. They're just little guys.
Well,
They're just trying to live.
Awkward, maybe.
Yeah, until you kill him, Nick.
Certainly different.
Why do you think I would kill birds? I love birds. I bought binoculars so I could watch birds.
When's the last time you had a chicken sandwich or chicken wings? Or turkey?
I mean, birds taste good. I can still watch birds and eat birds.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Live look at Nick.
Nice.
We will.
It's a nice bird.
We have a pair of tickets to the Upper Bowl for tonight's Creighton, Kansas game, which we'll preview shortly. We've got Matt DeMarinis coming up, but be caller 11 when you hear those bird sounds, and you could be enjoying tonight's game from the Upper Bowl at CHI Health Center as number 1 Kansas comes in to play Creighton right here on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. As football winds down, basketball heats up. Keep yourself warm this winter with college and pro basketball anywhere in the state of Iowa with Circa Sports Iowa. Live in-game lines that update every single break, props, and those incredibly sick tight money line splits. Now, we just talked about it. Let's look at tonight's game as the Jayhawks come to Omaha to take on your Creighton Blue Jays. The tight money line splits I mentioned have Creighton at plus 155 to win tonight. The point total for tonight is sitting at 151, and it's minus 105 if you think Creighton wins by 3 points or more. If you think Creighton will be up at the half, that prop is at plus 125. All of these things are waiting for you right now, tonight, anywhere in the state of Iowa. And it's not just this game, but every game on the Circa Sports Iowa app has these options and more for you. There's always something waiting with the best sports book in Iowa. Download Circa Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Second time in this calendar year that the number one team in the country is coming to Omaha for a regular season basketball game. Last time it happened, it was UConn, and the Jays finally conquered number one. First time in program history they knocked off the number one team. Tonight, though, it's against Kansas. The Jayhawkers off to a 7-0 start. And this was the game that we were hoping, and maybe we'll still get, the matchup of what Bill Self called dinosaurs, with Hunter Dickinson, the All-American center from Kansas, versus Ryan Kalkbrenner, the three-time Defensive Player of the Year in the Big East from Creighton. Now, Kalkbrenner apparently is a game-time decision. He was not practicing yesterday, still suffering from the lower body injury that happened in Las Vegas and caused him to miss the Notre Dame game. Certainly that will change things a lot if Kalkbrenner is not there, and it will take a little bit of the sting or the sizzle, I guess, out of the matchup, because it's not very often that you get to see two premier 7-footers go at it, playing that position. It's not like there's no 7-footers, in basketball, but playing that position in a way that position is more often, or was more often, traditionally played. Yes, Dickinson can pop out and shoot a three. Kalkbrenner can pop out and shoot a three. But for the most part, these guys, they live inside. They live to, be the center of the offense, literally. And, good defenders, good shot blockers, and good at scoring around the rim. So we hope we get that matchup tonight. We'll find out once we get closer to game time.
Do you think that the line, which is 3.5, Kansas -3.5 on the road, does that give it away that he is going to play? Because I tend to think that it does. I am approaching this game like he is playing tonight. I would be stunned if he didn't.
I'll be honest with you. I wonder how closely Vegas watches college basketball this time of year with so much attention on football. I wonder, now I'm not saying that they're not reactive to these things, but I'm not looking too much into the lines tonight as far as telling me anything about anything.
Interesting.
Other than, if you look at my buddy Bart, I'm sure Ken Palm is probably in the same ballpark. It's a 3-point Kansas win. So basically Vegas is mirroring what the analytics websites are saying, and that is Kansas by 3.5, maybe 4 points. So,
but
yeah,
did the analytics site have it baked in that he's playing? Because I'm guessing that they do.
I'm sure they do. Yeah, they absolutely
exactly.
They do.
So, but
I don't think they adjust. I don't think Bart's going in there and saying, "Oh, Kalkbrenner's not playing. I'm going to readjust this." I don't think they get that.
No, and that's my point, John. That's my exact point. Is he's not going to go and adjust it, and so Vegas would have the same line. And so if it was bigger, that would tell us that he's not playing, because it's like the same thing happened last week when they played Texas A&M, where a lot of Creighton fans I know saw that number and they were like, "What in the world? Why is Texas A&M only whatever it was 3.5? I'm betting on Texas A&M." And then we found out right before the game that Ashworth was suddenly going to play, which we had no idea about earlier. And so I think that explained why that line maybe wasn't a little bit bigger. So I'm operating again in the standpoint that he is going to play. It'd be a bummer if he is not. I'm looking forward to chatting with Matt in a little bit, but the thing that I wonder about is a few things, but is it going to be as difficult as it has been in terms of getting him the ball, him being Kalkbrenner, moving forward, whether it's tonight or throughout the rest of the season? And I know that Mac has talked about it and others have talked about it too, stopping Kansas in transition and what kind of story that tells of the entire game. If they're able to do it, maybe, maybe you're saying sick in the post-game interview. If they cannot, you'll be feeling sick in the post-game interview with Greg McDermott.
I mean, I'm going to go under the assumption here, just for the sake of the conversation, that Kalkbrenner plays tonight. I think you'll see Kansas play Creighton straight up. I don't think you will see a replay of the Nebraska strategy, the same thing that San Diego State basically did, because I think they believe in, they believe that, our big guy can take care of your big guy, and we're not going to change what we do just for this one particular matchup. So what would be interesting is how things change if Kalkbrenner does not play, which means obviously you see more of Fred King, but is there also the possibility the Jays go to a smaller lineup? for a couple of reasons. One, because unfortunately, when Frederick King gets a lot of minutes, he tends to pick up a lot of fouls, and so you're trying to save him from that. And secondly, because we saw at times, like in the first half against Notre Dame, when they went to the lineup that brought in Isaac Trout and Jason Green, that they actually had a lot of success. Now, Notre Dame does not have a big, the caliber of Hunter Dickinson, but there are advantages to the small ball lineup when you play it. You're obviously putting more shooters on the floor. And then, of course, it all comes down to how well does Creighton shoot? They have their last 3 halves of basketball, they have been north of 40% from 3. So the second half against Texas A&M, albeit in a loss,
and then Notre Dame,
and both halves against Notre Dame, they were north of 40%. Which, if they do that changes everything. With a healthy Kalkbrenner, without a healthy Kalkbrenner, because now, we'll call it the Nebraska strategy, no longer works. Because if the shooters are making shots, then all of a sudden it's like, oh, now we gotta come out and attack shooters because they're going to light the nets up from the outside. If the Jays can continue to do that, it frees up everything. But the thing I noticed, especially from the Notre Dame game, and again, some of this was probably because Kalkbrenner was not there, was how well the guards, particularly Pop Isaac, Jemiah Neal, were able to drive into the paint, especially in the high to mid post, bring the defense to them, and then they could hit a quick wraparound pass or a quick lob down low to Fred, and he could go up and finish with very little resistance. Those types of things, if they're able to do that, it frees up everything. And then the inside-out action. When you're able to get the ball inside, if you don't have that ability to throw a pass down low, all of a sudden you've got a shooter out on the wing. Boom, spray it out to him, hit the shot. I think both of Isaac Trout's threes that he made against Notre Dame were in spots like that, where you got the inside dribble penetration and then a quick kick out to a wide open shooter.
Mm-hmm.
All of those things just absolutely free up this Creighton offense and makes it look more like the Creighton offense we have seen in the past. So all of those things together, we'll see if they can put it together tonight. We'll have the tip time at 7:30, pregame at 6.
Nice.
And I've been looking forward to seeing what kind of atmosphere is in the building.
Me too, especially just given the way in which they have started the year. This is did they play a home game before the trip out to Vegas? Is this the first?
Just the Nebraska game. Just the Nebraska.
So this is the first home game since the Nebraska game.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the first home game since the Nebraska game. And certainly, they've lost 3 out of 4.
Yeah. And that was what started it. So basically that was the point I was kind of trying to make, is like, so this is the first time that they've come home, with an L on their ledger, because they lost that night. And, they've certainly looked, they've really struggled in a lot of these games recently. So yeah, I'm curious as to how that changes what, you have the number 1 team in the country. You have Kansas of all teams. Like, this is what we'll talk a little bit more about non-conference games later in the show, but what it's like to have a team like this coming into town. Is that lessened at all by what's happened over the last couple of weeks?
And we still have those tickets to give away.
We should probably be giving them away very soon, because the game is coming up very soon.
Well, but the good part is you don't have to come here to our studios to pick them up, because Nick already has them in his email box, and he's just going to email them.
Yeah, Josh, hold your horses.
I'm just saying, it's hard to change plans at such a late hour, is all I'm saying. I'd love to change plans in the 2:00 hour, or maybe even the 3:00 hour. 4:00 hour is starting to get a little late, Nick. People have plans for dinner and such.
I mean, if they were real fans, they would be happy to change plans. Sorry, honey, I can't come home tonight.
Yeah.
Wow. Sorry, honey, I can't come home tonight.
TV watching the game, or huddled next to my radio, the way God intended, and listen to the broadcast on the radio. And now I can go to the game.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, coming up next, the ACC is seeing crimson.
Nice.
And athletic directors are now going to war against each other on Twitter X.
Dumb.
And a reminder that 1620 The Zone is proud to team with the U.S. Marine Corps and Toys for Tots It's our annual Stuff the Truck event, and it's going on this weekend. It starts Friday out in our parking lot during the Grum. The Grum will be outside. We will be there. If you bring a toy, Josh has agreed to take a tomato to the face.
Wrong.
That's what it says here in the copy.
No, they lie. We'll eat tots, though. If you bring your tots, we'll eat them.
No, we're not going to eat the tots. The toys are for the tots.
No, the tater tots, John.
All donations go to support Toys for Tots. Bring a new unwrapped toy. Drop it off here at our studios. We're just off of Dodge Street on 50th. And if you can't make it to the event, you can still drop off toys here at our regular station business hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, or now through next Tuesday. It's brought to you by Woodhouse Chevy and Molina Healthcare of Nebraska. So come on out, especially on Friday. Join us for a One Beer Friday. Bring a new unwrapped toy, and let's make Christmas brighter for the kids who are less fortunate. From Toys for Tots, U.S. Marine Corps, 1620 The Zone. Congratulations to Kyle, who was caller 11. He is going to the game tonight as soon as Nick emails him the tickets.
Yep. Good job, Kyle.
Shout out, Kyle.
So I hope you enjoy the game tonight and hope you see a Jays win. And don't forget, if the Jays do win, be listening on the post-game show. I will try to work in the non-accurate use of the word sick.
Would you say sick, or are you going to go like this?
No.
It helps. Try it.
No.
Hey, Greg
Go
McDermott.
No.
Come on. No, John,
No.
it comes out more naturally. I'm trying to make this easier
It
on
does
you.
not come out naturally.
Sick.
It's going to be, I'm going to make it as awkward and obvious and
Awesome.
unnatural as possible.
Can you promise to us, John, that you'll do this after their next win, regardless of whether it's tonight?
No, it's got to be no. If I am gonna use this word improperly and sound like a doofus,
whoa,
I'm gonna do
John,
it. I'm
you don't
gonna
need
do
this
it
word to sound like a doofus.
after a monumental win.
Yeah, what was the joke that you made with Schaefer, John? That made you sound like a huge doofus too. Chip or chirp.
Cheap Cardinals. Cheap Cardinals.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. That was pretty
And
bad.
you laughed.
No, I didn't laugh at that. I laughed at Schaefer's
Nope,
reaction to
you
it.
laughed. You were laughing. The college football playoff rankings, the penultimate rankings, that means second to last for fancy people.
Nice.
Came out last night.
Yep.
And you have now Oregon, Texas, SMU, and Boise are the top 4 seeds. Yes, Boise is still in position to gain one of the 4 byes over the Big 12 champion, who they have designated. The highest rated Big 12 team right now is Arizona State. Obviously, that's a win and in game between Iowa State and Arizona State. Whoever wins that game, they're going to be in. The question is, do they jump up enough to pass Boise, or are they going to be going on the road as a Power 4 conference champion to a non-Power 4 conference champion? Which
how about this,
certainly
John?
is interesting, given what we just automatically assumed every year. It would be SEC, Big 10, ACC, and Big 12 champions would get the 4 byes. But in this very first year of the 12-team format, it looks like the odds are really good that a G5 team, and it would have to be Boise, a G5 team will get the 4th coveted bye.
Well, here I'll give you 2 extra things here, John. First of all, even if they get jumped, let's say that Arizona State won and they jumped Boise and nobody else jumped them, they would still only fall to 11, so they would still not even be the 12 seed in terms of the overall seeding, right? Because they would still be in front of Alabama, so Alabama would end up being the 12. Here's the other thing, though. If Clemson upsets SMU, Boise could end up being the 3 seed in the first playoff.
Yeah.
And suddenly all of the thoughts that we had about what is it better to be the 5 because you get this and then you get this, you have to throw all that crap out the window because they could end up being the 3. Now, that would require a little bit of surprise in terms of the ACC and I guess the Big 12 and them actually holding true to what we think right now, and that's Boise being this high. But it's pretty crazy how different the first playoff could look compared to what a lot of us thought it would look like.
Now, there's a couple of things here, and you mentioned SMU, and they and really the ACC in general are at the heart of where most of the discourse was after last night, and that is currently SMU is 8th in the rankings. They're behind Tennessee. They're 1 spot ahead of Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
But there is concern. And last night, Ward Manuel, the head of the committee, the athletic director at Michigan, was asked if SMU losing the ACC championship game could drop them in the rankings and drop them far enough to where they would fall behind in Alabama, and thus SMU would not get in the playoff. And Ward Manuel would not commit to saying that SMU is locked in. Of course, he's not going to say anyone is locked in, but he basically said it's not a guarantee that SMU is protected if they lose.
Now, but that also goes against, John, the other thing that he said last night, and that was essentially nothing can happen with these conference title games that will affect the teams that aren't playing. And so you say, Josh, what does that mean? All right, so you look at a team like a Miami And the teams that I'm trying to real quick figure out which teams have beaten which teams, John, in terms of how that could play in to the seeding. Okay, let's talk about like Ohio State. Ohio State beat Penn State. Penn State beats Oregon. In theory, then, they being Ohio State, would have a win over a number 1 or a number 2 seed. And in theory, that apparently is not going to affect them. It's the same thing with Georgia. So, like, they're not going to be moving other teams around based off of what happens in the conference championship game. So it's like, on one hand, they're saying, yeah, the conference championship games don't matter. Everyone else is locked into their seeding. On the other hand, they're saying, but it does matter for SMU, and we're not going to commit to them being in the playoff even if they lose. I guess I'm a little confused why that is the case, why the games can and can't matter at the same time, at least for the teams that are not involved. Do you understand what I'm trying to say here?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm explaining it very well.
Well, but it is very confusing because just the notion of it used to be that in college football, every game mattered, right? If you won, it helped you. If you lost, it didn't. And now you're talking about these qualifiers, and why is it being done? It's all being done to try to protect these conference championship games, which have now become more of a roadblock or more of a hindrance or more of an inconvenience than they used to be.
Correct.
Because of the new format. It used to be, hey, if you lost your conference championship game, all we have to do is look back to last year. Georgia was undefeated, was clearly the best team in the country, was playing the best in the country. They lose their conference championship game, and they get knocked out of the 4-team playoff.
Yeah.
So that loss mattered. But now all of a sudden we have 12 teams, and it's like, well, but now these losses don't matter, or do they?
See, for the record, I am fine with pick a side and stick with it. Like, if a team's resume can get improved because they beat a conference champion in the regular season, I don't have any issue with that. I don't have any issue with, like, Georgia's strength of record or whatever you want to say gets better because Texas wins the Natty, because they beat Texas. I have no issue with that. What I do have an issue with is saying, yeah, well, we're not going to improve a team's resume. Like, for example, South Carolina. South Carolina beats Clemson. Right now, South Carolina is on the outside looking in. They're not on the graphic that we have on the screen right now. If Clemson wins the ACC, that would suddenly be a very good win for South Carolina. But supposedly that doesn't matter for South Carolina. That seems wholly unfair if SMU would get punished and get knocked out for also losing in the conference championship.
The thing that complicates that argument is basically the two teams that South Carolina is squabbling with over that last spot are two teams that they lost to.
No, that's fair, but just say that. Then. Don't say like we're not going to improve their resume. Just say, well, they lost to the teams that are in front of them. So that's
anyway.
That's what I would do.
Ward Manuel's comment on whether or not SMU could drop below Alabama with a loss and saying yes, it could happen, led some to say, hey, SMU, just opt out of the ACC championship game, keep your ranking, give Clemson the automatic qualifier, and be done with it.
Yeah.
And I can't sit here and say I necessarily disagree with it. If you know if SMU is Indiana right now, who is not playing in the conference championship game, Indiana knows I'm in, or Tennessee, probably even a better example because they're rated higher. Tennessee
John, every team right now
rated above SMU is in.
Yes, every team. I think
the team rated behind them is in.
Yeah, outside of the win and in game, so there are two win and in games. There are Arizona State, Iowa State, and then there are, I guess, for sure, Clemson has to win. Otherwise, every conference championship game participants, Oregon and Penn State, and then Texas and Georgia, those teams are locked in. You mentioned Indiana. You mentioned Tennessee. You mentioned Ohio State. Those teams are all locked into the playoff. SMU right now and Alabama are the only two teams that are not truly locked into the CFP. And that's why, man, that I've been saying for months now that I don't think that the committee is going to punish a loser of a conference championship game. I've gone back and forth. I do kind of want to get it on record right now. Now watch, SMU is going to win and it's not going to matter. But I think that I have decided that if they lose and Clemson wins, I think that SMU is going to get in over Alabama. I don't think that they are going to want to set that precedence for a loser of a conference championship game because of what you just said. If that's the case, John, if they knocked SMU out, teams could actually think about opting out of conference championship games. And if these are still going to be around, and I guess they are, even though they don't really serve the purpose that they used to, if SMU actually lost and then got knocked out, I think that sets a dangerous precedent which could actually lead to schools opting out. So either A, SMU is going to win and this entire argument is going to be worthless, or B, they're going to lose, and I think the committee is going to keep them in and they're going to knock Alabama out, regardless of what type of reaction that's going to bring. That's what I think.
Well, there's more on SMU, and this time it led to athletic directors going at each other on Twitter. Jamie Pollard is the athletic director at Iowa State. Iowa State is currently 16th, and he wrote, disappointing that strength of schedule clearly does not matter for SMU, Indiana, and Boise State. Message is clear. Win as many games as possible, regardless of who you play. Time to rethink non-conference scheduling. Very different standards than the basketball committee. To which Rick Hart, the athletic director at SMU, wrote in response, Jamie, respect you, but bad take. ISU had North Dakota, Iowa, Arkansas State, non-con in the non-con. SMU had Nevada, HCU, Houston Christian, TCU, BYU, and scrambled due to Vandy dropping us. SMU, one of 2 to win all of their conference games, one of 3 with 9 Power 4 wins, and trailed a total of 6+ minutes in 9 games. I could go on, stay off my lawn, laughing while crying emoji. Now, listen, I get where Jamie Pollard's coming from, and this has been my argument when it came to Indiana. Yeah, Indiana's won 11 games, but they played a patty cake schedule for the most part. And one of my bigger concerns is if those types of schedules are going to be rewarded as long as you navigate them successfully, that we could end up losing out on more good-on-good non-conference games. So I understand where Pollard's coming from here, but honestly, if I were Jamie Pollard right now, my real beef with the committee is, why are we 4 spots behind Arizona State? And you might say, well, why does that matter? Because if we win, we're in the playoff. But remember, if Iowa State wins, again, it would require Boise to lose, but Iowa State's got no chance of getting a bye.
Maybe. I don't know, man. I mean, there's still a world, right, where they're like, well, that's a better win than any win Boise State has had all year long.
Okay, that would require the committee.
Oh, I know what it would require.
That would require Iowa State to jump 6 spots because they're 6 spots behind Boise State. Do you think they're going to do that based on one game?
Do I know? Is it possible? Of course it is. Ohio State, and I know this 14 versus 12, it's so hard kind of to compare, you know. But Ohio State going into the final weekend of year 1 was 6th, and they jumped all the way to 4th, and the team that was 3rd fell all the way to 6th,
right? Based
off of like very little happening. You know, John, we've talked about the whole non-con 11-1 thing a bunch this year, and where I ultimately land is if you want to have an easy non-conference schedule, like that's well within your right, but I actually think that this shows that you essentially have no margin for error. Indiana is 11-1, and they are pretty much a bubble team. Meanwhile, Georgia, a team in front of them, I guess they only have 2 losses right now, but you have Alabama who has 3 losses, and they are also a bubble team, but they're in. Both teams that have wildly different records. Essentially what I'm saying here is if you want to have the tougher schedule, that's awesome because you have more margin for error. If you want to have a quote unquote easier schedule, you got to win all of the games essentially if you're going to make it in. And so I'm not as concerned as you are about like the lesson to take away is, well, just schedule easy. Okay, you can schedule easy, but then you have to go 11-1 or 12-0. Otherwise, you're going to get left in the dust. If you want to schedule harder, that's great. You can take some L's and you can still make it into the college football playoff. I think that is the lesson of this season, as we have seen and as we have seen the rankings.
Well, how much? But Georgia is being rewarded probably as much. They're being, I shouldn't say rewarded, but the toughness of their schedule came from the SEC.
Yes,
mainly.
it definitely. Well, and Clemson. They had the Clemson game in the non-conference. They played 10 power games this year. They played more power games than Indiana did. They played the same number of power games as Michigan did.
Hard to do.
No, I know, but they played the same number of power games as Nebraska did this year,
Sure,
even though they're in an 8-team
conference. That's why having Indiana low is the right thing to do, because your margin for error should be smaller when you play a cupcake schedule.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. Like,
which is why it's and
they didn't get rewarded.
Unfortunately, this didn't happen because Alabama had the extra loss. Ole Miss had the extra loss. We'd be really having a whale of a conversation if Alabama were coming in at 10-2 and Ole Miss were coming in at 10-2.
Sure, yeah.
But because they've got the extra loss, it's kind of knocked them back a little bit. Speaking of Alabama, the other big story from last night was the Alabama versus Miami debate. So Alabama goes to number 11 and Miami falls to number 12 with a close loss to Syracuse. And so basically Miami is locked out. I mean, they're behind Alabama. They're not going to be able to get in. And the ACC commissioner actually put out a statement last night saying how incredibly shocked and disappointed they were that Miami fell 6 spots to number 12 and said that Mario Cristobal's team deserves better from the committee. And later added, we look forward to the final rankings. We hope the committee will reconsider and put a deserving Miami in the field. And so now you got folks going back and forth on the whole Miami-Alabama debate, and this really kind of plays into what we were just talking about, and that
Miami
is
didn't beat anybody.
Your margin for error is less when you don't have as tough of a schedule. Now, yes, Miami has the win over Florida, which looks a lot better today than it did a month ago.
But it's not as good of a win as a win over Georgia is,
But,
and that's what
you've got Alabama. Alabama's losses are Vandy, Tennessee, and Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Miami's losses are Georgia Tech and Syracuse.
Yeah.
But Miami doesn't have, they've got a Louisville win and they've got a Florida win. Are pretty much the bright shining star on their resume, where Alabama has a road win at Wisconsin, non-conference, the win over Georgia, the win over South Carolina, the win over LSU. So that's now you've got those sides going at it. But how interesting that for the second straight year, it could happen where Alabama gets in over an ACC team and the ACC feels like they got shortchanged.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, last year was Florida State, different circumstances, but yeah, so there's a lot of sniping going on.
John and Nick, it is time to update the PowerPoint and the Canva graphics because Kai Wallen has now entered into the transfer portal.
Wait, what's his last name?
Wallen.
Is he?
Oh, he used the respect my decision on Twitter.
Oh, respect it, John. I respect that.
I don't like. I mean, I get it. He doesn't.
You don't respect. You don't like. I thought you were built on respect, John.
I am built on respect, but this quote now has been used so much ironically that
keep John away from White Castles.
That it just doesn't work anymore. All right, so
interesting.
Kai Wallen, Kai Wallen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now I gotta shrink the font again. Oh, there it is.
It's getting tinier, John. It's getting tinier.
Let's update the graphic, kids. Here it comes.
Nice.
Once again, we have added to the portal people.
Nice.
Sorry, Nick, you're going to have to work a little longer on this one.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Yeah, it happens. All right. Well, I'm glad we didn't make any guarantees today about guys going into the portal or not.
Excellent point, John.
Yeah, excellent point indeed. Coming up next, it's time to get fired up for football. We've been spending all this time crapping on conference championship games because now the ACC championship game, it could actually hurt them.
That's true.
But how does it fall, and how do we grade this weekend's slate of college and pro action? Next on 1620 The Zone.
The year of our Lord 2024. A year that promises great change and great conflict. The accusations are already streaking across the rhetorical skies. The citizens are restless. It is a time of civil war. In college football, a new 12-team playoff marks a new chapter. An entire league has crumbled, and in its wake comes 4 mega conferences seeking to restore order to their championship games. How will ties be broken? Draw cards, a vote, a coin flip, an arm wrestling match? The National Football League brings its own unique drama to this action-packed card. The Chiefs go for an unprecedented three-peat. A new kickoff will restore action to special teams. And Aaron Rodgers will attempt to set a personal Jets record of 6 plays in a single season. Friends of the program, lend us your ears. As Unsportsmanlike Conduct and Warhorse Sportsbook proudly present Fired Up for Football 2024.
Oh, look at that beautiful, beautiful logo brought to you by Warhorse Sportsbook. Week 15 of college football, week 14 of the NFL. Oh, what a glorious sight it is, and we've reached that moment that everybody's been waiting for. People have been waiting in line for months to get in to the conference championship games, and now it's finally here. It's time to fire up for football.
I hate you.
Why?
So
you hate me because I'm fired up for football?
No, I
what
hate
about
you
these
because
Friday games. And the best part is I don't have Josh breaking in going, oh, but what about Wednesday night? No, there are no Wednesday night games. Just on Friday, bitches.
Man, this sucks.
3 conference championship games, including
Nick, you idiot.
one play-in game. The 7 o'clock Mountain West Championship.
Let's go. What a game.
In the playoff, number 20, Nevada, Las Vegas against number 10, Boise State.
It is dumb that Boise now has to beat them again in a pretend conference championship game to make it to the playoff. They already beat them once. Let them in. Let them in.
Meanwhile, if you want to get an early start on your Friday night action, CBS Sports Network has the Conference USA title tilt between Western Kentucky and Jacksonville State.
Nice.
And on ABC, yes, you can have a triple box going of action because our Army plays Tulane for the American Championship from beautiful Michie Stadium in upstate New York, home of the United States Military Academy, the way God intended. Football championships to be played at Army.
Tight.
Sick.
Saturday.
Oh, man.
11 a.m. on ABC from Jarrah World in Dallas. Yes, they finally get to taste championship success in that stadium. When number 16 Iowa State takes on number 15 Arizona State. It's the game we all expected for the Big 12 title. And once again, it's a play-in game. Win and you're in. And for Iowa State, it could be their first conference title in over 100 years.
Woo! Go Clones.
Clones. Did Nebraskans hate Iowa State when Nebraska was in the Big 12?
Nope, not really.
Weird.
Not really.
Travis writes, John's only excited because football is about to end. Yep,
Travis,
everybody knows it.
Fool! You fool!
Great take, Travis.
Travis, just like Josh, fool! You can also watch the MAC title game on ESPN at 11 o'clock. Ohio versus Miami of Ohio. The winner gets to use the name Ohio.
The Ohio boys.
3 o'clock in the Southeastern Conference. Yes, another win and you're in game. Or you lose and you're in.
Yeah.
So really, what stakes are there? I guess you get to hoist whatever.
You get a bye. You get a bye. That's nice.
Sure, cool, great. Loser probably hosts a playoff game. On ABC.
That is true.
It's number 5 Georgia versus number 2 Texas.
Another baby.
Another rematch. As Georgia spanked them horns.
Nick, did you just see what happened when I did a double hook 'em? Nick, watch this. Watch what's going to happen. Look at the lasers. Whoa. Go Texas, baby.
Wild.
God, you are gross. You are just so gross. Yeah. Go ahead. What did Charlie F chorizo have to write about.
Nice. I like all the meats that you're doing. I can't wait for the gabagool to come up later.
Gordon F. Gabagool. 6:30, the Sun Belt on ESPN is Marshall versus Louisiana.
Nice.
CBS is your home for the Big Ten Championship, not Fox. CBS is your home, so you get Uncle Gary for number 3 Pennsylvania State versus the number 1 Oregon Ducks.
I know Penn is short for Pennsylvania, but it's weird to hear it called Pennsylvania State.
It is. That's why no one calls it that.
I think more people should use it.
John loves the full names. He doesn't like saying Huskers or Skurs. He likes saying Cornhuskers.
Well, because Skurs sounds absolutely stupid.
I think 5 syllables is too much. Pennsylvania. Is that 4?
No.
Either way.
Some debate. 4 or 5 syllables.
Yeah. And the ACC title game, which could be winning you're in, losing you're done. Depending on what the committee does. Number 17 Clemson versus number 8 SMU.
Nice. Go SMU.
For the NFL.
Oh, look at that game tomorrow, John. That
Thursday
game is
night
sick.
Prime Video. The Green Bay Packers at the Detroit Lions.
Nice.
Battle in the NFC North, the greatest division in sports. Even with the Bears in it. You notice how good the AL Central was this year, but it was the White Sox that kept holding everyone back. Same thing with the NFC North. It's the Bears that are holding them back.
What's going on with that city?
Noon on Fox, you get the other main contender in the NFC North, the Vikings hosting the Falcons. On CBS, the new home Channel 3 and Channel 10 in Lincoln and Omaha have now become the official Chiefs and Steelers stations. If the Chiefs aren't on, then it's the Steelers. If the Steelers aren't on, then it's the Chiefs.
Interesting.
We get Steelers games all the time.
They are good. They're good and they have a national fan base.
The brainwashing is clearly working on you, John.
That's true. You're a Steelers fan. You're Steelers pilled now, John.
Well, we get to watch the Jameis Experience at noon on CBS. And look at this. Look at this. Omaha, you're being screwed. Omaha, you're being messed with. Omaha, you are being shortchanged by Fox. Those libs at Fox. Because you get stuck with the Bears 49ers on Fox 42, while those of us in Crime Town
interesting.
Get to watch the Rams and the Bills, the true America's game of the week.
Is that because everybody knows that the Bills-Rams game is going to be a blowout, whereas Bears-49ers could actually be a close game?
We're gonna, Jared Verse is going to walk all over Josh Allen and say, hey, go ahead and marry your actress, but you're going to have to do so in a wheelchair. Gonna hurt you.
I didn't know you knew about Haley Steinfeld.
Well, they wouldn't stop talking about it on Sunday Night Football, Nick.
Yeah, it was annoying.
Is she the new Taylor Swift?
What?
Is Haley Steinfeld the new Taylor Swift?
Well, no, because they're not showing her every 5 seconds.
Yet.
For now.
Sunday Night Football, we get the Chargers and the Chiefs, a game we'll talk about with Mitch Holthus shortly. And then Monday Night Football, we get...
glorious.
We get a trash game.
It's a great game. This is how I'll be watching it, John, with fireworks all around me.
What a trash game.
It could be good.
Could it?
Well, yeah, I got 2 bad teams, Bengals and Cowboys.
Nice.
So for grades this week.
Well, okay, I was going to say, what about the out-of-market?
It was all the out-of-market specials.
Gross.
Blah, blah, blah. I mean,
Seahawks cards is solid. Otherwise, it's a pretty forgettable slate for the non-Omaha games, which is good. We get all the good games in Omaha.
All A's across the board for yours truly. Josh is actually downgrading the NFL, probably because of that trashy Monday night game. For that, I applaud you.
No, it was honestly, it's that the 325 games are like fine, but they're not great. 325 just needed to be a little bit better.
Such a moron.
What are you talking about?
You got 2 teams. You got one team that's already in the playoffs because they play in an awful division, and you have another team who's fighting to get in the playoffs because they play in a highly competitive division. I don't know how else you can look at this.
Nick, give us 4 of them, baby.
There it is. Fired up for
Thank
football.
You, Bruns.
Brought to you by Warhorse. You know, the nice thing about doing this bit now the rest of the year is it won't take me nearly as long to build the graphics.
The graphics, which we could have had built in Canva, John.
They could have been in Canva.
Yeah,
John.
but they look so much better.
You know the social graphics that I put on every week?
Yeah.
Canva.
Oh, there's a graphic.
There's the updated portal, people.
Oh, I also have the updated portal graphic.
Yeah.
In
You know who's not in the portal?
Mitch Holthus.
Nice.
Who's next on 1620 The Zone?
Nick Grimm for Circa Sports Iowa. As football winds down, basketball heats up. Keep yourself warm this winter with college and pro basketball anywhere in the state of Iowa with Circa Sports Iowa. Live in-game lines that update every break, props, and those incredibly amazing, incredible tight money line splits. Let's look at some of the tight money line splits for the NBA games on the slate for tonight. Magic are minus 200 on the 76ers. The Nets plus 115 underdogs to the Pacers. The T-Wolves are minus 155 to beat the Clippers. But if point totals are more your thing, you're covered there too. Lakers and Heat are sitting at 216.5 points. Pistons and Celtics, 221. Circa Sports Iowa also offers a bunch of props for these games as well, so you're always covered. Your football hub is also your basketball hub as the days get colder. Download your new sportsbook today. Download Circa Sports Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
You ready? The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson.
Welcome Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling in the nectar by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man,
Touchdown! Kansas City!
the myth,
You can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs.
the legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
You want to chuck focus right now in the parking lot of the St. Joe Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holthus.
A 3-yard touchdown pass in overtime. Kansas City wins the game. 25-22.
All that you're asked to do. We saw the great blocks against Carolina. We see the touchdown against the Raiders. But in this system, what you're asked to do and what every receiver is asked to do.
Yeah, we're asked to be students on the field and just, a little bit of everything. Block, see what Pat's seeing, know what Coach Reed wants us to do. So I think it's a great challenge each week to take the X's and O's from the drawing board and make them to life on the field. And part of that too is being able to ready to play off schedule because Pat does that so well. So as receivers, we run the route, and if it's a long down, be ready to work with Pat and make a play in the scramble drill.
And that is Chiefs wide receiver Justin Watson with the voice of the Chiefs, Mitch Holthus, who joins us as he does every week, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Mitch, it's those little things, and I don't know how closely you followed Nebraska football this year, but there was a spell where Nebraska could not get great perimeter blocking from its wide receivers. That has not been an issue at time most of the season for the Kansas City Chiefs, especially when you guys like Watson, who are willing to do all the little things to help the whole team work.
On one play on Mahomes' 33-yard run at Carolina, and there have been many more. In fact, he was key in a Pacheco 34-yard run the other day on Black Friday. It's you want everybody to do it. Not all receivers are willing to do it. It's one of the more underrated parts of football. When you're watching a game, you don't necessarily see it, but big runs and big plays happen many times because a wide receiver is a willing and astute blocker. Here's Justin Watson the last 2 weeks, makes that play at Carolina, and then the touchdown last week on the record breaker for Mahomes. So he's just underrated, you guys, and what he helps to do for this team. And now we're getting into the nitty gritty here the next 5 weeks, and you're ranking. Everybody's got to be good here over the next month.
Mitch, which ending this season was wilder? Was it the Broncos game that ended on the blocked field goal, or was it what happened on Friday when the Raiders didn't even get a chance to kick a field goal?
Yeah, it's like hold my beer, right? Like, and I said at the end of the game, Ted Lasso's writers are blushing. Like, why couldn't we think of this? I mean, even the Hallmark touchdown Christmas spectacular that debuted last week, I couldn't come up with this kind of script. This last one, I think, is even wilder than the block field goal against the Broncos, because you can see, well, hey, maybe if you cave in the A gap, you can block it. But this one, are you counting on a bad snap from a rookie center who thinks the clap is the count, and O'Donnell's clapping to try to get his guys lined up, and they're not lined up, and then the rule, if the clock is running, it would have been a 5-yard penalty, and they would have had a chance to get the kick. And now that it's not running, it ends up being the play's live, and the Chiefs get a fumble recovery. It's just, you can't make it up. It's crazy.
It sounds like, at least what I'm reading, that DJ Humphries may end up starting at left tackle against the Chargers. Are you hearing the same things?
Tomorrow will be big. So today, let's just be super realistic about it. Let's put all the cards on the table in the fact that DJ Humphries tore his ACL in week 17. It was actually New Year's Eve in a game at Philadelphia. Okay. So we are talking less than 11 months for a big man to come back and be ready to go. There is that chance, but that determination has not been made tonight, and I don't think it'll be made until probably Friday night. And so fans have got to be realistic. Is this the 2021 Pro Bowl DJ Humphries? This is a guy that you're going to put him out there, a bunch of flesh eaters from the Chargers defense, and you hope he can hold his own. It can't be worse than 10 sacks in 2 games given up by the Chiefs. But still, we also have to be realistic. This guy is not even a year, less than 11 months from an ACL.
Mitch, I am a big mark for Jim Harbaugh, and so when the Chargers hired him, I thought that was a great move, and I thought that it would immediately show itself, and I use that as the intro to ask you about what you have seen in terms of watching them preparing for this week's game versus what you saw all the way back in September, because like you could see the early signs of him improving them, and I feel like it's only changed over the course of now the last 2 months. What do you see from the Chargers as we get to early December?
You want a direct parallel?
Yeah,
sure.
A direct parallel in doing the deep dive into these guys now, based on what I saw week 4, the 2013 Chiefs. Andy Reid's first year in Kansas City.
Okay.
Remember, he went he took over a 2-14 team. We were at the bottom of the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
We start 9-0. But the one thing they're doing, to answer your question, you guys, is, Josh, to answer your question, they are not turning it over.
Yeah.
Herbert has 1 interception the whole season in 12 games. That's stupid. Okay. So what they've done, and his numbers are way down, way down, way down. So they're saying, okay, we're going to start all over here. What you're not going to do is turn the ball over. And we're going to take some shots. But J.K. Dobbins being down hurts them because he's kind of wanted to make him a Ravens like the brother on the offense. All right, that's the first thing. The second thing he has built, and he had some dudes coming in now. This wasn't complete. He didn't walk into a complete mess, much like Coach Reid did in 2013. But they have flesh eaters on defense. And we know about Khalil Mack and we know about Bosa, but we don't necessarily think about Tui Pelotu, because lowly Tui Pelotu has 7 sacks, and right now he's a younger version of those other 2. Then Morgan Fox and dudes up front. They picked Kirk Cousins 7 times last week. Young, feisty secondary to go with Derwin James, who's one of the nastier safeties in the league. And all of a sudden now you pieced all this together. So you ask, what I'm seeing is laying down the way he wants to do things, and you're getting immediate results with an 8-4 team, much like Coach Reid did when he went 13-4 in his first year here, all the way back in 2013.
Mitch Holthus, voice of the Chiefs, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, I did see a report late this afternoon that Ladd McConkey was scheduled to practice today, but he went down with looked like a knee injury late in the game against the Atlanta Falcons. You look at McConkey, and he has more than twice as many catches as the next nearest wide receiver. Now, Will Dissly, the tight end, has 41. But in terms of wide receiver targets, he has basically double the next nearest guy at wide receiver targets, double the number of yards, 4 touchdowns. He is the one downfield threat that it feels like Justin Herbert is most comfortable with. If he's either not full go or not playing, how much does this change the Chargers offense against the Chiefs passing defense that has been, struggling here as of late?
Yeah, ever since Brother Palmer of the Huskers had that big play to tie the game and put the Buccaneers game in overtime, the Chiefs defense is trying to regain the confidence they had really prior to that play, because that was a big one. Okay. Ladd McConkey. Now the Georgia Bulldogs are changing the AFC West with Brother Bowers and what he's doing with the Raiders and what McConkey's doing. If you want to go back in AFL history, this is now the new Lance Allworth. All right. If you want to go way back, it's when I was a little kid. Then if you want to, he's kind of Keenan Allen-ish. He's a deep threat, but he runs great routes underneath. So I've got to go back and look at his speed. He's a Cooper Cup-ish. He can sure do that on a volume basis. So he's legit. If he can't play, it's a big deal. Now, he's not only got the knee, he's got AC sprain, right?
Yeah.
He's taken some hits. But, from here on, we're all going to have to deal with, or cheer for, depending on who you're with here, Brock Bowers and Ladd McConkey having big footprints in the AFC West.
Mitch, speaking of from here on, looking at the schedule today, I just kind of forgotten that, it's about to ramp up, because it's the Chargers Sunday, then it's the Browns, who are obviously a very frisky team, Houston, then at Pittsburgh on the Christmas Day game, and then finishing up with the Broncos in Week 18. I wonder, as you get to this stretch before the playoffs, do you have questions that you're hoping are answered by the time they go into the postseason? Obviously one of them is, are they the 1 seed, or are they going to have to play a home game earlier than they would like. They would obviously like a bye week. Is there something though personnel related or maybe a side of the ball related? Like, I really hope that question is answered by the time that mid-January arrives.
Protection's where it starts. Is DJ Humphries going to play? Is he going to be okay? He doesn't have to be awesome. He just has to be okay. Just give Mahomes one more click of time. A related part is then how quick do you get Hollywood Brown back? On the defensive side, can you get teams off the field and not give up 20-plus plays? Reduce separation and make some defensive plays, even taking it away. This team's not taking it away very much. And that's another thing, not just Herbert with one pick. They only have 6 giveaways, and they had one last week against Atlanta. I'm talking the Chargers now. But for the Chiefs, can they take it away? There's got to be some instances. It's hard to blow anybody out or beat anybody in the league if you're not taking it away at all. And that's going to be an issue for the Chiefs. But okay, look at the calendar today, fellas, and it is the 4th of December. And now you guys just kind of laid out this gauntlet that the Chiefs are walking into. You realize we will play 5 games between now and 4 o'clock on Christmas Day. This is a span of 21 days. We will play 5 games in 21 days. That's borderline ridiculous.
That's a tough schedule.
Oh boy. And these are good teams. And we've had a tough schedule anyway. We'll pretty much know the AFC playoff tournament, right? We know who the 7 teams are going to be. The Chiefs will play 9 of their 17 games. They will play the entire AFC field before the regular season's over, including the Chargers twice and Broncos twice. But they've already played Baltimore, already played Buffalo, will have played Pittsburgh, and will have played Houston.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, look at that. So, yeah, from here on, boys, it's on. Lace them up and try to figure out a way to win the division first. This game Sunday night is enormous. If the Chiefs win, they're going to win the division for a 9th straight year. If they don't win the division, I'm pretty sure they can't clinch, even in Cleveland. This game is, even though it happens early here on the weekend, it is a gargantuan game Sunday night.
And you'll be able to catch it. Mitch's call on our sister station, News Talk 1290, Sunday Night Football from GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium. Chiefs, Chargers, looking forward to it. Mitch, thanks. Always a great conversation. We appreciate it, and enjoy this one this weekend.
And I'm going to dedicate the game this Sunday night to Greg McDermott and Brody Darren and Nate Funk.
Why is that?
Just because I just threw some names.
Oh, okay.
You
just wanted to throw it. Okay.
Yeah.
If you can throw us a little good juju, we got the Jayhawks tonight. We need help. We need help.
The J mascot guy or gal, whoever, whatever, and then any 2 or 3 of the people with Stillweather striped overalls. That's just I'm putting it out there.
All right.
I feel it's such a big game. I'm done. I'm dedicating it to it. Kyle Korver's mom. I don't know anybody that's associated with Creighton basketball.
Well, I'll pass that along to Coach Mack. We'll need the help tonight against KU.
And he'll go get him.
Yeah.
In a case, all right. So, but he'll scrunch his face and go, "What? What'd he say?" Because he's going to be all tense about this game.
Yes, he will. No doubt about it.
Okay.
All right, Mitch. Talk to you later.
Bye, Mitch.
Joining us here as he does every Wednesday. Couple of things. Looking at the rest of the Bills' schedule.
Yeah.
Got the Rams and the Lions on the road, but after that, it's all AFC least. Patriots, Jets, and Patriots again. So advantage Buffalo, who needs to make up one more game. And then, of course, they have the tiebreaker on Kansas City. But as Mitch said, they've got this Sunday, next Sunday against Cleveland, at Cleveland, come back home and play on a short week because they play on Saturday against the Texans, the 21st.
And then another short week.
And then another short week on the road at Pittsburgh for Christmas Day. Then they will get 10 days between that game and the regular season finale, but it's at Denver.
Yeah.
You know what this sounds like to me? It sounds like the Bills have had a pillowy, soft cupcake schedule, and they're not really good. It just looks good on paper.
Hey, they got the Rams this week.
Nick, what about when they played the Chiefs?
That's different.
Oh, interesting. By the way, Travis says, what BS is he talking about between now and Christmas Day? That's 4 games. Yeah, he was
counting last week. He was
mentioning Black Friday, yeah. So starting with Black Friday, that's 5 games between Black Friday and the 25th.
Exactly.
That's
you can calm down now, Travis. I know you've been triggered by Mitch.
Oh, wow.
Coming up next, it's Dumb Debates.
Woo!
On 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
Listeners are not to, we did anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just 3 radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flagellation. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Yes, indeed. It's time for Dumb Debates. The way you can get involved in the Grum by asking us. And listen, we just came off a Thanksgiving holiday where I'm sure were plenty of dumb debates being had around the dinner table or sitting around the couch watching the Bears do stupid things. Or
why? What happened? What happened to the Bears?
A lot of stupid things. But recycle those. Bring them to us. Bring them to the table. Bring them to the people. And send us your dumb debates in the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620. Use the hashtag dumb debates. It makes it easier for us to find. You can email your dumb debates anytime to John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com, Equitable Bank inbox. And that's how it works. It's very, very simple.
Very simple.
John, I have one. I uploaded it as a video, and I received it from my brother earlier today. Shall we start with the video?
Okay. This is a video daily double.
Here we go.
All right. I asked my friends, and now I pass the baton to you. Would you rather pee every pee you're going to take in your life just in real time, so you basically take a really long pee, or you poop every poop you're going to have all at once, and it comes out a big mound, and you have to clean it up? So, to summarize, really long pee or really quick but tall poop.
Let's game this out.
It's dumb debates, John. What do you mean? I love it that I can watch John's reaction in the background. Nobody else could see it, but when it got like 20 seconds deep, John was like, "What in the world is happening right now?"
World.
My immediate
so the idea is so how long is the pee? I don't understand.
It's every pee you're ever going to take, just right there.
Yeah, so you knock it out. So John, you're 50, whatever. So you don't have very many peas or poops left. Nick and I have many more peas and poops left in front of us, right?
Well, you're constantly full of poop, so.
And so you would get to knock it all out in one fell swoop. You're like, look, I'm going to take this Sunday and I'm just going to be peeing all day long, or I'm going to be pooping all day long, and it's all going to be done. And then you never will have to do that again.
Well, but you know what sucks about all of this?
What?
Is that you will then know how much. I mean, you won't know, but you'll have kind of an idea of how much time you have left on Earth.
I don't know. Do you think you can figure that out by how long your stream
lasts?
lasts?
It's just the idea. It's just the idea of it.
If you're going,
because then you'll spend the rest of your life going, okay, I was on the toilet for X amount of minutes, or this is how much,
I'm trying to figure out the average seconds per pee and multiply it out.
That's how your mind is going to work. I guarantee you that's how your mind is going to work.
Also, what if you poop and you're only in there for like a minute?
Well,
yeah,
you're about to die, baby.
Exactly.
Time to die.
So where my brain goes immediately is it's easier to be on my phone when I'm pooping. If I'm going to hunker down for a minute, I'm going to want my phone. And I know there are freaks who use their phone while they pee, but that is insane. There's no reason to use your phone when you pee. If it's a long pee, I guess, but you're pooping, you're on your phone. So I think I would probably rather be pooping, and then I'll just have to remind myself to flush every, couple minutes.
Yeah. Give me the poop. Knock that out. I think peeing is more relieving than pooping is. Pooping feels like more of a chore. I'm pooping. I'm getting that done. I never have to worry about it again.
Now, do you think it'll be the pooping based off of like, okay, so 5 years from now, you're going to be sick. So you're also going to have sick poops in this period of time? Or is it just going to be like normal, healthy poop all day?
Nick, it's a combination. It's like, oh, hey, normal stool. Oh, no, nasty. I had 4 beers last night stool. You're going to have to deal with it all.
See, and I don't like that because some of those are uncomfortable.
Again, you're going to go mad. You're going to go absolutely mad then trying to figure out how much time you have left on this earth.
You have to answer the question, John. You cannot do the thing where you just ignore the question.
I'm just throwing that out there as
That's
something
fine.
that no one else thought of.
Yeah.
You will go mad doing this. With that said, I would just go find an empty field somewhere and just, take care of
boys.
Yeah. Oh my
Excellent.
God. That is another terrible poop and pee dumb debate.
Great question. Tay asks, well, where did it go? It's cold every day for the rest of your life. You have the choice between gloves or a hat. What are you choosing?
What did I miss? I'm sorry.
It's cold every day for the rest of your life. You have the choice between gloves or a hat. What are you choosing?
Gloves.
Why?
Well, because I at least have a hood on my jacket, and I can use the hood. But your fingies, if they get cold, then
I
they
didn't
get
think
really
of that.
cold.
Yeah. If you got a hoodie, you just use the hoodie to replace the hat.
And a hood won't replace the hat completely.
And
but
the
it's good enough.
frostbite happens to the extremities. So
Yeah.
Cold hands hurt more than cold ears. Give me the gloves, baby.
Gloves for sure.
Yeah.
Now,
Give me the gloves.
if it was all head covering versus gloves, then I would go with head covering because most of the heat escapes from your head, so keeping your head warm is vital to keeping the rest of you warm.
Is that true, or is that just a wives' tale?
No, that's true. You can always stick your hands in your
pockets.
So I had this problem the other morning. I was pumping gas, and my truck has this really fun quirk where if I can't pump the gas too quick, otherwise it'll overflow. It's fun. So I didn't have my gloves on me because it was the first really cold morning, so I had to keep alternating between putting one hand in my pocket and one on the pump, vice versa, and that got annoying.
How about this though, John? Shoveling snow. Imagine how miserable shoveling snow would be without gloves.
That's why I'm saying I would have the gloves as long as I got the hoodie. I can use the hood.
Yeah. Okay.
Good. But if it was all head covering, I would do that, and I would just say, well, I can't wear gloves, so someone else is going to have to shovel.
Nice. Sorry, kids. Get outside.
Get out of shoveling.
I've seen people with little tiny baby like RC trucks, and they put a snowplow on the front of them, and I've seen people scoop out their driveways like that, so you can be in the comfort of your own home and do it.
Our friend Star Wars Fiend, a.k.a. Jar Jar, writes,
nice.
Nebraska's current quarterbacks have all gone missing.
Oh.
Which nowadays in the portal is not that surprising. And you have to pull one of the following out who Nebraska... Oh, let's see. Oh, it's kind of written funny.
Oh, tough looks, Jar Wars or Star Wars.
Jar Wars.
Following out of the NE lost quarterback portal. Okay. Here's the question. They've all gone missing. You only have these three quarterbacks to choose from.
Former portal boys.
Chubba Purdy, Casey Thompson, Jeff Sims.
Honestly, no offense, Star Wars Fiend. I feel like this is an easy one, isn't it? The answer is Casey.
Yeah.
Yeah, the answer is Casey Thompson. It's a pretty easy one for me. I don't even have to think twice.
Yeah.
No offense, Jar Wars.
Casey was pretty good.
As
far as in this offense where the quarterback's not asked to run, I mean, Thompson wasn't much of a runner.
Yeah.
Star
Wars Fiend says Chubba. No, you're wrong, Star Wars Fiend. Look, I think that Casey Thompson is a bit overrated if we're being honest, but he is a much better quarterback than Chubba.
Yes.
Much better.
I would agree.
I want Chubba, but only so I can bring the Sipple drop back.
Understandable, Nick. Andrew asks.
Oh, he did transfer. He did transfer yesterday, and you forgot to use it.
Yeah.
That's true, Nick. Andrew asks, would you have your favorite football team have a winless season if it guaranteed your co-host favorite teams wouldn't win a championship again in your lifetime?
Oh, well, that's easy. I can sacrifice one bad Rams season if the Cowboys never win again. Now, the disadvantage to this is I already know the Cowboys are never going to win again because Jared Jones is going to live forever.
No, he is not.
So I almost feel like I don't need to take this bargain from the devil because it's already written in stone that the Cowboys are going to suck. But that said, if Dallas actually got a competent owner someday, I would make that sacrifice. Absolutely.
This question doesn't super apply to me because I don't feel anything toward the Cowboys or the Rams. But if Josh's favorite team is the Bills, which it really is, and he just hasn't admitted it yet, then absolutely. Josh, you love the Bills.
Yeah, see, this is an easy question because literally Josh picked the worst team on planet Earth, the team that I have hated since I was a child. Now, if Josh's favorite team were the Bills, I probably would not go for this because I don't have a problem with the Bills.
And if we're talking baseball, I mean, the Cubs aren't going to win anything again anyway.
Nice.
So.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I never had ill will towards the Rams, but because of you, John, I kind of want you to not ever have any sports joy again because you take so much pleasure and joy in me not having sports
so
joy.
much joy recently. Joy.
Maybe you'll live forever, you 50-whatever-year-old man. Maybe you have many years ahead of you, too.
Well, I don't know. I'll let you know when I finish up my poop in some random.
I hope you have a 20-year dump.
Yeah, sure. Let's do this.
Scott writes, Nick
Yes.
likes names with alliteration.
I do. I love alliteration.
If each of you had to change your name to have alliteration, are you keeping your first or your last name?
My last name is cool, so I'm gonna keep my last name. I'll be Greg Grimm.
I think I'll go with my first name.
No, I think you have to be Gary Grimm because you always have to have a name that matches another name of someone who works or has worked at this station.
Yeah, but the Greg is the GR and it matches the Grimm.
Yeah, but Gary Grimm?
Gary? Plus, you and Gary could have a podcast, Nick. The Gary Pod.
The Gary's pod. The two Garys.
Could be just like Gary.
Two hot Garys. There you
Gus
go, Nick.
Grimm. Ooh, I don't hate Gus Grimm.
I think I'll keep my first name because my parents gave it to me. I don't want to remove my first name.
Your parents also gave you your last name.
And they didn't give it to me. It just was bestowed. But like they chose Josh. I'm a Josh. I'm going to keep Josh.
Do you think they thought really hard about choosing your name, or they're just like, yeah, Josh? Because that was one of the most popular names when you were born.
No, I think they thought really hard about it. My parents think really hard when they do things. Nick?
The problem was when Josh was born, the baby next to him was named Doofus, and they wanted to use Doofus, but they didn't want to copy somebody's.
Oh, sorry, Doofus Peterson didn't happen.
What would you do, John? Would you be John Johnson, or would you be
John
Bishop
Johnson?
Bishop?
I think so. As much as I like my last name,
but imagine Barry Bishop. That's a superhero name, John. That's a Marvel superhero name.
if I had to pick, I'd probably, what would I pick if
Bart?
I had?
Bart!
No,
Bart
I don't want
Bishop, my buddy Bart.
Bart. Maybe. I don't know what I would pick if I had to choose a B first name.
Nick, by the way, speaking of Marvel, do not forget that this week's movie club movie, after a 3-week hiatus, is Deadpool versus Wolverine.
It is.
Deadpool and Wolverine.
It's Deadpool and Wolverine.
Deadpool and Wolverine, yeah.
My bad.
I think I would take my first name.
Okay.
And so it would have to be like John Johnson or
That's
John
so boring.
Jones or
John Jones. That
John
sounds like
Jones sounds like a serial killer.
It does, actually.
Travis
It does.
says, is being given something better than being bestowed something?
Oh, no. I think bestowed is way cooler.
Bestowed is cooler because I think it's more like big picture. You know, you're getting something like very large from a family member or something.
Yeah, bestowed is like you're getting a magic sword, but given it's like, hey, here's a stick.
Given a magic sword.
Yeah, I'd rather be bestowed a magic sword than given a stick. Josh, what about you?
I guess hard to argue with that.
John Jingleheimer Schmidt.
Nice.
Oh, then your name could be my name too.
It could be. It could be.
Kevin emailed. Oh, do you got one, John?
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Kevin emails in. Which one of the following rules or potential rule changes make the least amount of sense? Hurdling. Per NSAA rules, if you are too athletic to hurdle the defender, similar to professional football players like Saquon Barkley, you are punished with a 15-yard penalty. 2, the fumble-rooski.
Is that actually true?
I had no idea. I'm learning something as I read this question.
Oh, my God.
NCAA outlawed the play because the University of Nebraska perfected it and other teams didn't like it. 3, the tush push. NFL Rules Committee has tabbed the idea of abolishing the tush push because NFL teams can't figure out how to stop it. It is dangerous to player safety. Which of those rules or potential rule changes is, what did he say, make the least amount of sense?
It's the hurdling one. That's so dumb.
I don't know, man. Like high school kids, though, it makes a little sense with high school kids.
No, it doesn't. You can't jump.
Well, I mean, kids, I think they're more likely to hurt themselves because
that's the point, John. It's like they jump and then a player flips him and they land on their head and then they're paralyzed. John here for players being paralyzed. Interesting.
Children being paralyzed.
No, come on.
Minors.
Jump?
Did the NCAA really outlaw the fumble-rooski because Nebraska was too good at it?
No, they outlawed. They just, I don't know why they outlawed it. I'd have to look.
Nebraska was good at it, though, Nick.
Well, yeah, but other teams ran it too. In fact, Oklahoma ran it against Nebraska once, and it worked very well.
By the way, to go back to the odd name, Scott says, no BS. I have a coworker whose name is Tommy Thomas. That is the dumbest crap that I've ever heard.
Parents must have hated him.
Seriously, you can't come up with anything more creative than Tommy when his last name is Thomas?
I guess not.
I'd be so mad.
I'd get rid of that hurdling. I don't like that. You can't jump over somebody.
Man,
again, John,
going to get paralyzed, and John, this take is going to age terribly.
Okay, it's more likely to happen just because they got hit.
They're going to call you Mr. Paralyzer.
Flipped upside down.
The Paralyzer.
I mean, that's literally, the other two are just like are plays. This is a physical act that happens commonly to the game, where people are, hey, there's a fallen player, so you jump over him, or you jump over the pile to get into the end zone. I mean, if this rule got put in, I don't think poor Dowdell would ever scored a touchdown this year. He was always jumping.
This is just in high school, John. It's for the children.
Well, you know what? Maybe the sport shouldn't be played by the children if it's that dangerous.
Hey, maybe not a bad idea.
Ryan in Delaware.
Oh, hello, Ryan.
Oh, I'm sorry you're in Delaware.
Nice.
How is this word supposed to be pronounced? It's the word CAFE.
Cafe.
Like a sane person, calfe, or like a raging psychopath, cafe.
I think I say cafe.
You
want to go to the...
calf.
Yeah,
cafe.
Do you want to go... Though, John, we've had a read over the years that had this word, and I feel like in the read we called it cafe for some reason. Why did we do that? Which read was that?
Maybe it depends on
I don't
context.
remember.
Maybe if you're going to like a fancy French place, it's cafe.
Yeah, I call it the cafe. Let's go to the cafe. See,
Yeah.
now you start saying a word a lot, and it's like, am I saying this word correctly? And you sound like an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Ryan
I feel like I'm an
apparently
idiot.
thinks people that say cafe is a raging psychopath.
Nice.
Raging. Wow.
That's what he says in his tweet. He said a raging.
Triggered Ryan says this is going back to the Jar Jar question about the quarterbacks, but he says it's about coaches. So you have to win a game, John. The only coaches you can find are Bill Callahan, Mike Riley, and Scott Frost. Who do you choose?
Callahan.
Same.
I have no opinion. Callahan, sure.
John, I ended up rewatching. This is such a me thing to say. I ended up rewatching the end of the Illinois game in 2015 last night. Dude,
Sicko.
that was so bad. I had forgotten all the particulars of it. They could have handed the ball off, and then on fourth down, there would have been 20 seconds left. And they threw it, and then they threw it, and then they gave up a long pass, and then they lost because they were idiots. Yeah, Bill Callahan for sure.
From Brian, when each of you are old.
Wait. Oh, so this question must just be for Nick and I.
Got him.
What will be each host's age demographics? We used to have to walk uphill both ways in the snow to school.
Oh. Oh, I got one. It would be something about pornography and the speed of the internet.
That's true, because
back in
when
my day, we had dial-up garbage.
I didn't have that.
Yeah, and it took a long time for videos to load, Nick.
Did it? I know my dad did have dial-up for a while.
Yeah. I feel like pornography is always, effervescent for people. Is that
The
right
easy
word?
one for me is, we only got to see maybe 2 or 3 Nebraska games on TV a year.
That's good.
And not every game was on TV, and we had to listen to the radio.
Mine would honestly probably be, we used to buy physical video games.
Oh yeah, anything like that, Nick. Physical media definitely ages somebody.
In my lifetime alone,
yeah.
it's just transitioned to all digital media. I buy games digitally now. I barely buy physical.
I remember when that type of stuff first happened, when it was like you could buy a TV show on iTunes. I'm like, why? I want the DVD. And now I'm like, why would I buy a DVD?
Another one, and I've told this to my little brother, and he's been like, what? This kid's 11. I'm like, you used to not be able to play with people if they had a PlayStation and you had an Xbox, but you can just do that now. You can play the same games now.
This is such a silly conversation when I think about, because I've just gone through my Rolodex. The original TV video game was Pong.
Yes.
And that was the only thing it was. It was just hardwired into that console. There weren't, and then the cartridges, the Atari 2600, the cartridges, so you could buy different games and plug them in and play them. We went from cartridges to CD or, DVD, type things. Actually, there was probably different stuff in between. And now it's, you just download stuff.
Yeah. Well, even streaming music. I used to buy CDs.
Yep.
All the time.
Well, same way. I remember growing up and getting records when I was a real little kid.
I feel like that's come back.
And then, well, yeah, but if the only way you could listen
was a record,
and then it was cassette tapes, and then it was CDs, and then it was, you could download them on on an iPod or right? iPod?
Yep. Yes. Yep.
And now I can have everything on my telephone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, how about that? Along those lines, Jordan says, we texted each other using the number pad. Yeah, explain that. Explain T9 to a kid today. They're like, what? What is T9?
I never liked T9. I was a Word guy.
Yeah.
I preferred
I was Word, and then I switched over to T9.
I got so fast at Word. I didn't have to deal with it very long, though, because I only had one flip phone, and then I had a keyboard right away.
Nice.
It is. I mean, when I just think back to how, media is consumed, not our media, but recorded videos or recorded music or video games, and just think about how all of that has evolved.
Yeah.
It's
how much space it took up.
It's mind-blowing.
It's really funny to see how big old PlayStation 1 memory cards were compared to what things are now.
Oh, yeah. When you used to have to buy a memory card.
Yeah, that sounds wild today. And it was like 8 megabytes or some crap.
And of course, when we had the Atari, it didn't keep track of your records. So you had to keep track of your records. I mean, once the game was shut down, there was nothing, and you just played the game. You couldn't play seasons because it wasn't saving anything. You were just playing.
Yeah.
Dumb debates.
It is.
What a great dumb debate.
We got existential.
We did. We got plenty existential. Coming up next, probably not as existential, though. Maybe Matt will want to go existential. Matt DeMarinis, White and Blue Review. We'll preview the Creighton, Kansas game, which is coming up right here on 1620 The Zone. So stand by. Matt DeMarinis, White and Blue Review, coming up next. Hey, John Bishop, getting ready to head over to CHI Health Center. And how would you like to get involved with the Blue Jays NIL and do so in a fun, unique way? Because On the Line is partnering with Creighton, also with Nebraska and with Omaha to help direct money towards those schools' NIL funds so they can help retain and recruit the best athletes. And it's done so in an easy way. Go to athleticsontheline.com and just make a pledge of so many dollars per win for your favorite team or so many dollars per point for your favorite player. It's an easy, affordable, fun way to help your schools retain and recruit the best student athletes. And all you have to do is visit athleticsontheline.com. So whether you're a Blue Jay, a Husker, or a Maverick, go there today. athleticsontheline.com. Gamify your giving this season with On the Line. Again, athleticsontheline.com. We are about 2 hours and 15 minutes or so away from tip-off tonight at the CHI Health Center for arguably the most anticipated non-conference home game ever played in the CHI Health Center arena. It's number 1 Kansas. First time they're coming here, not in the NCAA tournament. Joining us on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline from White and Blue Review, the great Matt DeMarinis. Matt, good afternoon, and thanks for coming on a big night.
My guys, I'm always happy to be on your guys' show. I listen to it every day.
Oh, we know you do. You texted yesterday saying something stupid like, I agree with Josh.
Great take, Matt. Excellent text.
Yeah, it's just, that's usually when I'm driving a lot, but I do text you guys way too much during the show.
No, that's fine. It's perfectly fine.
We appreciate it.
Has the disappointing start to this season taken away any excitement from this game?
No, I think Ryan Kalkbrenner being up in the air has taken away maybe some of my excitement because I was looking forward to the premier big man battle. I grew up like watching, early 90s, late 90s, early 2000s basketball, and I felt like there were just so many premier big man matchups like Shaq versus Hakeem, David Robinson versus Alonzo Mourning, there's Patrick Ewing versus Shaq, just felt like there were so many. Every time a basketball game was on that had a lot of interest, it was like the battle of the bigs, was a premier part of the matchup. And, we just missed Ryan Kalkbrenner versus Zach Edey last year in Detroit. So yeah, I hope he plays, and I hope he's healthy enough to play effectively, because I certainly don't want to be robbed of another premier matchup that would have just, bring out that nostalgia. That's kind of what this game is for me, I guess, because I hadn't really thought of it until you said it, that it's the most anticipated non-con game in this arena, because, it probably is up there. Gonzaga was number 1 a few years ago. I remember the Kentucky NIT game was absolutely insane. That was back when Creighton, no one would play Creighton back then. So getting Kentucky in the arena was crazy. But yeah, when you think about where both these programs are and the fact that Kansas is, firmly entrenched in that blue blood, conversation, they'll never be out of that unless they really go through some hardships. So yeah, it's a big one for sure. And I think it's a big one because as you just widen out a little bit and look at what the Big East has done so far in the non-conference, they are almost desperate for as many quality wins as they can scoop up in their net before conference play starts. You just know how that game goes now. If you don't get them in non-con and then you start beating up on each other, you have essentially a league full of bubble teams, and we know how that goes. So yeah, Creighton needs this win, but they also need to get healthy. It's been a really weird year in terms of, nothing really long-term injury-wise, but just enough to break rhythm. And, they haven't had their projected starting lineup together very much this year, which is, always tough, but especially tough when you're trying to build up to what is going to be a really challenging schedule the rest of the way. So yeah, I hope Ryan Kalkbrenner is healthy and available to play. I hope Stephen Ashworth is feeling better on that ankle. I hope Pop Isaacs is feeling better, because I'd like to see Creighton's best versus Kansas's best tonight. That's really what I hope for the most.
Matt, it's been basically a month since we talked to you last on the show, and I was thinking about it this morning, some of the conversations we were having about expectations and what was on tap for the Jays this year. So now that a month has been played, and you mentioned it, the lineups have been a little squirrelier than we would have expected. Biggest reason you still think for optimism moving forward, and maybe the biggest reason for concern given what you have seen from them in the first month of the season?
Well, the number one reason for concern is that they haven't shot the ball well on the season. And, you saw, obviously, the Nebraska game plan is something, you just know that's how Nebraska's going to try to guard Creighton. That's how they've been trying to guard Creighton for years. It's all about whether or not shots can fall. But you also saw San Diego State, kind of look at that game and go, I wonder how applicable that is to our to our principles and our style if we want to take away their premier offensive option and make the outside shooters beat us. And Creighton couldn't do it, it was a game for a little bit, but when San Diego State started knocking down shots, Creighton couldn't keep up. The encouraging part of it is, obviously, they got a win without Ryan Kalkbrenner, which I think will fuel a lot of the guys' confidence that they can, be successful without having to make him a a premier feature of every single thing they do. But they also hit shots. The last 3 halves in Vegas, they shot 46% from 3. And it was multiple guys hitting. Jackson McAndrew obviously knocked down shots. Isaac Trout knocked down shots. Pop and Steven are a big part of that, obviously, but they shot the ball well towards the tail end of the week in Vegas. So that's the thing that's encouraging is can the shooters that Creighton put around Ryan Kalkbrenner knock down the shots that they get? So those are the 2 things. Right now, they haven't been a good shooting team, but they're trending in a better direction. I think that would be big for what you think this team's ceiling might be. They have to be able to knock down shots because when you look at just the way they're built, there's not a whole lot of individual brilliance in terms of creation. Like if you think about, Josh, you call a lot of soccer matches, like a guy who can just put the ball on his feet, break down 2 or 3 defenders and find a way to put the ball in the back of the net. There's not a lot of that on Creighton's roster. So they have to knock down open catch and shoots. They have to be able to move the ball and not, turn it over too much against length and physicality. So, yeah, I mean, that's been the weaknesses, but that's also there's been moments where you've seen, okay, you can kind of see the plan there. And if they execute it to, their skill levels, they can have a better year than they've started out having so far.
And I don't know, Matt, if this is a little bit of fool's gold because they were playing without Kalkbrenner, and Notre Dame certainly was a little caught off guard not having to deal with him. And so they're going up against different matchups. Obviously, they ran the small ball lineup out there a few times with either Trout and or Jason Green playing the 4 and the 5 respectively. I thought maybe the thing that was most encouraging wasn't just that they were making shots, because that's huge, but it was how they were able to get those shots, because with that paint being plugged up all the time, the guards weren't even able to get inside to be able to collapse defenses and spray versus what they were doing before, which was trying to force the issue and then passing it around the perimeter, just trying to find a shot at the end of the shot clock. So I wonder, Matt, how much the Notre Dame game can be a blueprint for Creighton moving forward in terms of not just shooting it better, but how they're getting those shots.
Yeah, a little bit, I guess. It just depends on how teams defend them. I mean, with Notre Dame, they came out straight up. They're like, all right, well, they don't have the big guy. We're going to put a lot of pressure on the perimeter. And you saw them overplaying passing lanes. You saw them really heating up the ball. That's what allowed Fred King to find avenues to kind of, pick his spots and score at the rim. He had more space to score against Notre Dame that day than Ryan Kalkbrenner's had in, I don't know, probably a year and a half at least.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a little bit of it was how Notre Dame chose to defend Creighton. But honestly, a big part of what I thought Creighton did much better was getting out in transition, because I feel like that's something that hasn't been great so far for Creighton this year. And you look at the way they're built, like back to my point about not having the individual brilliance that you had last year when things broke down. You could just, where's Trey, where's Baylor, let them go make a play. You know what I mean? They don't have that this year. So they have to score off misses. They have to score off turnovers. They have to generate mismatches in the open floor. And, score off either the individual break or the secondary break to generate good looks that way, to generate easy offense for them and Kalkbrenner that way. So that was the most encouraging part of the Notre Dame game. Was I felt like Creighton finally got out and ran. I don't know how much of that is opponent specific. We'll see. But I think that's a big part of what their offense has to be going forward. They have to get out and run as much as possible. And I know that's easier said than done, because in basketball, it's easier to slow a game down than it is to speed one up.
Yeah.
But Creighton still has to be really opportunistic. When they grab the ball off the rim, when they force misses, they have to get out and push, and they have to create mismatches in transition, because that'll make their court-to-court offense easier to execute, but it'll also give them opportunities to score off that initial and that secondary break and get open threes that way.
Matt, is it going to be this hard for Kalkbrenner all season long? What it's been like the last few weeks or few games?
If they don't shoot the ball well, yeah, 100% it will be. I mean, that's that. You have to make a defense pay for what they're trying to take away from you. You know what I mean? It's like you hear all the time coaches talk about taking what the defense is giving you. Well, right now, defenses are giving Creighton the ability to move the ball on the weak side, to attack closeouts, and to get open threes. Creighton hasn't hit them yet. I mean, they're shooting – before the Notre Dame game, they were shooting 31% from three on unguarded threes this year. That is 5 percentage points worse than any Greg McDermott team that he's had in his whole entire tenure. And we're still early, so that could get –
it could go down because the competition is going to go up.
Yeah, exactly my point. So yeah, like they have to knock down open shots. Like that, you can't. Creighton is if Creighton shoots 31 or 33% in that range on unguarded threes, Ryan Kalkbrenner will not have any space to do anything other than block out or defend. Like he's going to be a ball screener and a rebounder. That's it. Yeah, so they just have to take what the defense is giving them, but they also have to make those shots. Like that's how they're built. That's how they're structured. That's the way they want to play. So when a defense is giving them that, they have to take advantage.
Final one from me, Matt, looking at the matchup tonight, assuming A, that Kalkbrenner plays, and B, that the matchup is somewhat of a stalemate between those two. Mm-hmm. Defensively for Creighton, does this game come down to how they handle KJ Adams?
Yeah, that's a big matchup for sure because, I mean, Creighton has a lot of guys that can play his position, but he's different in the way he does it. You know what I mean? I think their defense is going to – I think how they defend ball screens with DeJuan Harris and Hunter Dickinson is going to be big because those guys play really well off of each other, and Harris is one of the best at kind of scoring off of Dickinson's gravity, as you can find in the country. I think the backcourt is going to be big for Creighton tonight. Like Stephen Ashworth and Pop Isaacs have to be sharp. I think they have to produce big games by both of them. And I think, Jemiah Neal also has to be – I don't know if he has to knock down 4 threes like he did against Notre Dame. I don't think he has to, have a 25-5 type of game. But he has to be impactful. Like he has to defend – he has to defend his position really well. He has to rebound. He has to run. He has to make plays when he has opportunities to attack the defense that's not paying much attention to him. And yeah, those are some of the keys. Like I think transition game is big because Kansas is really good in the open floor, but they're not great at defending transition offense. So which team can kind of get easy ones on the break? Which team can get to the free throw line? Kansas isn't a great three-point shooting team, but either is Creighton. Which team could take the lid off the basket tonight from beyond the arc? Because like you said, if Kalkbrenner is good enough to play, theoretically that is a wash matchup, between Dickinson and Kalkbrenner and what they can produce. So you look at the rest of the floor and you say, where are the advantages at? Creighton's looks like it's in the guard court. Kansas looks like it's on the wing and with KJ Adams. So how those matchups play out will dictate who wins this one.
Matt, one more from me as well. John mentioned it at the beginning, like this is, the biggest non-conference game in the history of the program. Kentucky has come into town as well within the last 15 years or so. Like if you could fantasy book a non-conference game now, who would you want to see in Omaha that has not been here? Because like now as they leveled up, they've gotten to have a lot of big programs come in, but of course the majority of those are in the Big East Conference. So when you look elsewhere, is it the obvious Duke, North Carolina type thing, or would you look elsewhere?
I mean, the really, really old basketball fan of me would always say UCLA.
That would be cool.
You know what I mean? Obviously it's not as cool because UCLA isn't that anymore, but yeah, I don't know. Just seeing UCLA in the building would be nuts to me. I think North Carolina would be crazy. Duke would never do it because they just don't play road games. They'd have to play. They'd probably have to
play at one of those tournaments with the big logos all over the floor.
Yeah, for sure. They play at Baxter or something. They wouldn't play at CHL. I don't know. That's just Duke. So I think it would probably be UCLA, North Carolina, Kentucky again.
Yeah,
those are probably the 3 that I'd like to see. Just the old school kid in me would like to see those jerseys at CHL.
Yeah. Well, tonight we get to see the Kansas jerseys, and it should be a lot of fun. We'll have all the coverage starting at the top of the hour, tip off at 7:30, all the post game right afterwards. And, of course, make sure you check out whiteandbluereview.com for Matt's great write-ups. Follow him on Twitter as well. He's the one that's got the funky, how did you even get that font?
I have no. Sometimes I see it and I go, where did I even find that? I don't know where I got it.
Because sometimes when I search Matt,
it's hard to tag you.
It's hard to tag you. Well, because you got to type in a lot of letters because it's got that funky. I don't even know what that font is, but kudos to you for having a very unique little byline there.
Yeah,
and,
we'll see how much longer I'm on Twitter, but yeah, that's pretty fun.
All right, Matt, take care. We'll see you at the arena.
Sounds good, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Matt.
We'll be back with more. We've got content coming up, and we'll answer Josh's question about fantasy booking Creighton's non-con at CHI and more as we roll on after this on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay, Nick, what do we have in content today?
We're a couple hours away from the Creighton, Kansas, the biggest non-conference game in program history for the Jays. Who would be next on your wish list to come to Omaha to take on the Blue Jays?
The obvious answers, as we talked about recently with Matt DeMarinis, are the North Carolinas and the Dukes.
Yeah.
He mentioned UCLA. Going beyond the obvious, anytime you see one of the name brands come in, and I'm not even necessarily saying the basketball name brands, though they have good basketball tradition. Like anytime Michigan comes to town, that's a big deal. Anytime Texas comes to town, that's a big deal. So I would say, probably, if I were going to go in a non-traditional sense, a program like those, certainly. But my first choice would be North Carolina because of the past history between these two schools and the fact that there are still people over 10 years later that are still butthurt about the so-called cheap shot delivered by probably one of the most mild-mannered players the Jays have ever had in Ethan Wragge. Coach Mack was still getting emails on that many years later.
That is crazy. Yeah, they're the obvious ones. Carolina and Duke are the obvious ones. They've had Gonzaga in town. Have they ever had Iowa State, John?
Yes.
That happened recently.
Just a couple years ago.
Yeah, never mind. I'm just trying to think of schools that like, you mentioned big brands. Florida has won multiple national championships. They've been in Omaha for the NCAA tournament before, but I do not recall them ever playing Creighton at CHI. Illinois, I think, is another one of the schools in kind of that ilk. Has Houston ever been? Houston is a team, a proud history, who is seemingly always in the
Not
mix.
that I can remember they haven't. No.
Yeah, so those are the first few that come to mind for me. I mean, look, it was the NIT, and Matt mentioned, I mean, Kentucky would be really cool again, though. I mean, that was so long ago now, and Creighton was not a power program at the time. So that's my, handful of teams. But Carolina would be my number one. I think that'd be cool if something like that were to ever happen.
This used to be a day where this show, and many others like it, would spend the entire time talking about recruiting and who just got signed. Now, how would you like to spend 30 seconds on your thoughts about signing day?
John, my 30 seconds will be spent on talking about this. I'm happy that we don't cover it that way. Are we just getting old, or is the interest level in signing day and recruiting from everybody, fans and media, is it just not what it used to be? And if it is it because of the portal? Is it because of we're just, I don't know, changing what we are into? Like, this was such a big deal for, I would say, 10 to 15 years, starting in like the 03-04 range, like when the internet recruiting era took hold. But man, it seems like it has taken a big back. You know what it is, John? I think the early signing day, I think, really changed the game. But man, I do not miss like, Nick, you would hate this if you were the producer in 2016, because it would be like, here's a list of 12 recruits, try to get as many of them on as possible, and very rarely did you even get a good interview.
Oh, it's like 25 teams sometimes.
Yeah,
but in one day.
Yeah, but this is all in one day. I do think the early signing day, because it's squished among everything else on the sporting calendar. You're just coming off the end of the season. In terms of this week, people are looking ahead to the playoffs, so I'm sure those types of programs aren't really thinking about it. The other part of it, too, is the coverage has now gotten so hyper-focused. I mean, Nebraska does their own online recruiting show, so if the junkies want to hear it straight from the program, they have that option. And they can hear from the players, and they can hear all the happy talk propaganda that they want.
Nice.
But absolutely, the transfer portal and the good chance that a vast majority of these people that are on the list today won't be here in 2 years. There's just not a lot of stick-to-itiveness with this anymore, because the players now move on. It's more about the transfer portal than it is about signing day.
Mark Pope's Kentucky Wildcats dropped their first game of his tenure last night, losing 70-66 on the road at Clemson. What kind of season is in store for the Cats?
I mean, it's just one game, so I'm not going to overreact to it a whole lot. You go on the road, sometimes it's hard to win on the road like this. I mean, Mark Pope has already done a pretty good job of rejuvenating this program. But the SEC, as we're going to talk about here in a little bit, is a bear this year. So Kentucky's going to have to be on it. But I'm not going to overreact to one non-conference game, especially considering it was their first loss of the year.
Yeah, I was checking out your buddy Bart earlier today, John, and where he has Kentucky, and they're a top 10 team. Looks like I think it was 11-7. He had them in league play over the course of the year, 20 whatever and 10-ish. Be interested to see how that's received, though. Ultimately, it's just going to come down to March, because this is a program that has had a lot of good regular seasons. Calipari's, his sin was not having bad regular seasons in recent years. It was not being able to do anything in the postseason, and in particular, absolutely blowing it to teams that they view as beneath them, including a 15 seed that made it to the Elite Eight a couple of years ago. So that's what it's going to be about for Mr. Pope.
You say you're not worried about Kentucky's loss, but it was the only loss in 10 games played last night by the SEC versus the ACC. That's right, the SEC went 9-1 last night in the head-to-head with the ACC. Does it just mean more in basketball? Has the SEC sacrificed this football season to please the basketball gods?
I'd be down with that. I would trade the SEC being good at hoops if it means that they fall flat on their face in the college football playoff later this month and
you are
January.
ever since you started listening to that Stark
KOTN,
Family
baby.
Podcast.
Nice.
You have become such a North football honk.
I've rooted against the SEC for years. What are you talking about? Since when did you?
Yeah, but now you've taken it to another level.
Screw the SEC. Down with the SEC.
Well, in all seriousness, they have, in Bart's current rankings, 10 of the top 29 teams are SEC.
Wow.
4 of the top 10, led by Tennessee at 2, Auburn at 4, Alabama at 8, Kentucky at 9. The SEC has gotten better at basketball. I don't think it comes at the expense of football. I don't think those things necessarily work in those ways. But what an impressive night. I mean, to go 9-1 against the conference that has built its reputation on basketball is, SEC. It just means more. Basketball.
Nice. Drew McGarry, is it McGarry?
You got it.
McGarry says that we, quote, are not prepared for how cool the 12-team playoff will be, end quote. We pretty much know which teams will make it and where the games will be played. Is he right?
It would certainly be intriguing, and thanks to propagandists like Josh, who are now all in against hating anybody south of the Mason-Dixon line.
Hell yeah!
There's going to be a lot of takes. Because people are going to want to watch to see if Indiana fails. They're going to want to see if the Big Ten is overrated. They're going to want to see if the SEC truly, with whatever teams they get in, is superior. They're going to wonder about they're going to wonder about a Boise State, and the viability of putting in a G5 team every year, or at least having at least one G5 team every year. So there's going to be there's been a lot of takes coming in, and they've only gotten stronger, and there's going to be a whole lot more takes coming out, and you can just bookmark every result that we get from this year's playoff, right or wrong. It's all going to be used to justify whatever happens next year, which in my view is faulty logic, because last year's championship has no bearing on this year's championship.
I agree with that. I think it's going to be sweet, man. And, so often in college football, we're like, yeah, but look at the bowl records. And it's like, yeah, but how invested was Team X or Team Y in that bowl game? How many of their starters were still there? How much could that really tell us? You lose in the playoff, or your conference loses in the playoff. It's like, John, how we talk about Big Ten basketball in March. We've talked about it for years, how much it struggles. This is going to be quite the moment for these leagues now, because you don't really have excuses. If you lose, you lose. It's not because of, they didn't care to be there. No, it is a playoff. You care to be there. So I still think, as great as it's going to be, that there's a part of us that maybe doesn't truly recognize just how wild it's going to be, especially given that starting on the 20th, over the course of 2-ish weeks, we will have 4 games and then 4 more games, so 8 total games that are going to be, some of the biggest games in program history. I mean, John, we are a few days away from Iowa State maybe clinching a spot in the college football playoff. That is pretty damn cool. I think it's
and winning their first conference title in over a century.
Yeah, how about that? Since World War I.
Wow, the Great War, the war to end all wars.
The war to end all wars. No wars after this one.
I think it was 1912. I think it was before the war.
Wow, pre-Titanic even.
Wow. Juan Soto could apparently, allegedly, maybe, probably, possibly, pick the team of his future by the end of this week. I know you both have been following the rumor mill. Where is he going?
Definitely not to Chicago. He's staying in New York.
I think so,
too.
too.
Flip a coin. It's either the Yankees or the Mets.
I'm going to say the Yankees. I'll say that he goes to the Yankees. He stays with the Yankees.
Oh, but guys, his sister was shopping for apartments in Boston.
Why do you know this stuff?
Because I listen to baseball podcasts, Josh.
Apparently. Yeah. So I'm the weirdo, John, for listening to a college football podcast centralized on the northern schools, but Nick is normal. Is that what you're saying, John?
Well, are either of you normal?
Call me normal, John. Do it.
Nick is more normal than Josh.
Yesterday, it was LeBron's shooting. Today, NBA drama features Ja Morant, who has decided to forego his typical highlight reel dunks in order to preserve himself for the long grind of the season. What on earth is happening to the association?
You know what? Shout out to Ja Morant for not going up for the crazy dunks. They're all worth 2 points, John. One of the things that I've thought about for years is, like when a team will shoot and they will blow the whistle, the play is dead, and so the shot isn't counted. But then, Kevin Garnett back in the day would always jump up and block it. It's like, that's kind of a waste of a jump. Why are you doing that? I don't hate this. More layups in the association. How fun would that be?
In fact, I would go as far as to say, if you want me to watch any of the All-Star Weekend trash, I want a layup contest, not a dunk contest.
That would be hilarious.
I want to see a layup contest.
Nice.
I would actually watch TNT, if you're listening, in your last year of broadcasting the NBA, sadly, because people wanted their stupid song. Just promote a layup contest, and I will commit the 2.5 hours of time to watch it.
From the world of hockey, Oilers forward Jeff Skinner was fined $2,000 for embellishment when the league determined that he flopped in an October game against Carolina. Is this chump change for a fine, and why is it now just happening 6 weeks after the incident occurred?
I was going to ask the same question.
I mean, $2,000, seriously? I mean, that's like getting a speeding ticket and, paying $2. It's nothing. And why did it take 6 weeks? Did it take this long? Did they review this longer than the officials in the Creighton Notre Dame game review that out of bounds play, which seemingly took forever? I still am waiting for the determination on that. I mean, seriously, it shouldn't be that hard. It shouldn't take this long. And also, it's hockey. He could have just slipped. They're playing on ice,
I got nothing for you here, John. This is a very weird story and a very weird question to get in content. Nick, this is a strange one.
Well, maybe I just wanted to use it as a soapbox. Because maybe fine should be based off of how much money you make a year instead of just a tiny little whatever.
Interesting. So rather than it just being a straight up number, it should be a percentage.
Yes, it should be a percentage. That would encourage people to not do it.
On the level of the crime? The level of the violation?
John, say you're a billionaire and you get a speeding ticket, but the speeding ticket is only $200. That's not going to discourage you from speeding. That's $200. That's nothing to you.
Interesting.
Typical lib wanting to steal from the rich.
I think he's trying to get proper punishments for the rich, John, is actually what he's trying to do.
I didn't know you were such a defender of the super wealthy, John.
I wasn't. I just stating I had no opinion on that whatsoever.
Interesting.
I was just making an observation based on what you said.
And I'm just asking questions, John.
Just asking questions. Well, we'll ask a question next. It's called What's for Dinner?
Nice.
1520 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Last night it was smash burgers and tater tots.
Did you make them? Did your wife make them?
Yes, she used the cast iron skillet.
Ooh.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah.
What you having tonight?
I have no idea. I won't have time to. I usually don't eat before the games because I don't have time. I don't have time. I'm setting things up, then Matt comes over, and then inevitably people want to talk. And
tell him to shut up. Say you're busy.
Or ask Mac to bring you a slice of za, John. He can afford some za.
He's not going to the media room. I don't know. I will. I'll figure something out.
That's crazy. You don't eat before games, man. My stomach would be rumbly and my tumbly.
Me too.
I'm going to have what John could have if he eats tonight, and I'm assuming pizza.
Nice.
Pizza for dinner tonight. And I have some leftover broccoli, so I'll throw that in the air fryer as well, get a little char on it.
Yum.
And I don't know, maybe something else.
Last night, I didn't have soup. I had leftover pizza. Tonight, I'm going to have soup. Cheesy potato soup.
Oh.
Why did you opt against the soup last night?
Because I need to eat that pizza. I bought that pizza for my friends who helped me move, and it's just in the fridge, so I need to get through it.
And there you have it. That's what's for dinner. All right, we got a lot of Creighton and Kansas coverage coming up. Austin Jacobson standing by at the top of the hour here for the pregame show. It'll be yours truly and Taylor Stormberger. Stormberger. Wow.
Stormberger. You're thinking about those smash burgers still.
I am thinking of those smash burgers. They were pretty good. Coming up live from courtside at 7, tip-off 7:30. And, of course, after the game, after we finish up with all of our post-game interviews from courtside, it will be Jimmy and Alex with overtime. So for all the best coverage of Creighton and number 1 Kansas, just keep the dial right here. 1620 The Zone or 1019.
And then tomorrow we have Robin. We have Todd.
Yes.
We have takes.
Yeah, we're going to find out why is that line so short between Oregon and Penn State.
Bye.